Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Monday, February 25th. Okay, so first things first, the chat wasn't working on screen for some reason. Maybe it hasn't worked for a very long time. And with the way chat has been updated with YouTube, the square over here on the left that was black doesn't really need to exist anymore. So instead of spending effort trying to get it to work again, I've instead put a blocking screenshot that probably won't work after the screen to block this part if anybody tried to friend me on Hearthstone, and frankly I'm probably going to turn that off. I've also this means I've also disabled the idle screen as it is, and we'll try something different. Apologies to anybody who felt like that was a cool way to integrate chat directly into the videos, but YouTube does that now. So like when I first had chat on the screen, it didn't do that. Hearthstone wise, we've got 3 daily quests to do. We've got a lot of news to deal with, and we've got 3 different victories that are overlapping. I guess we're going to be playing Priest today. There's some other things. We're starting a little late because I was about to stream and I just was not feeling it. I guess I'm still trying to catch up on sleep or something, so I took an hour power nap before this, so hopefully I won't be dragging energy wise. Yeah, and we can see, well, the screenshot looked really good for that one screen. It only works well for that one screen. So yeah, there's no reason to use that, so we won't be using the blocker. Let's see, just turn that off. I'm not sure there's really a way to have that work automatically like that. I could certainly make it slightly smaller. In the end, I'm just gonna defriend anybody that talks to me. The rules will just be a lot stricter these days. If somebody friends me on YouTube and that's fine, but then they start chatting to me, which we haven't even had that as a problem for a long time.
Job's done.
I'll just immediately unfriend them. It's still better in this new world of YouTube in which YouTube is going and Google is going to say I'm responsible for what other people type in my chat. It's still better to have some random person friend me on Hearthstone and put something offensive on it than to have all chat happen. And let's face it, I wouldn't be surprised if Battle.net's chat spam sensors and filters are better than Google's are. There's a decent amount of news. I didn't finish scheduling all the videos I should have, but at least I had a valid reason this time. I ran into the May time frame. May the 4th be with you being the part around the year when I record videos about the Star Wars games, the old Star Wars games. This very possibly will be the last year, but I'm going through the Jedi Knight series of games and doing little spotlights. There's still a decent chance that I won't play any of the remaining Star Wars games, so I'm just gonna make a bunch of spotlights and go, alright, well, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Knight 1, or Dark Forces 2, it was originally Star Wars Dark Forces, then it was Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. So Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 is somewhat playable as an old game. But it all really kind of comes down to, do you have nostalgia? The problem with Dark Forces 1 is that first level, which is the only level I looked at, was about a third as long as the first level of Doom, and it really was just a Doom clone. Whereas Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 gave me, as the first level, an incredibly big, wide, vertically tall level. There's just a lot going on for one level, and it took me at least 45 minutes to beat the first level on 3 different tribes. And it was just because I was losing life quite a bit, even though I was playing on easy, easiest setting possible, and I didn't have a clue where I'm supposed to go. I don't know how much playability there really is after you know where you're going, because that's really where it's gonna fall apart. Is do you have a clue where the exit is in it? So yeah, I'm gonna play all the Star Wars games, get them uploaded, get them recorded, and then I have probably a month of footage to put after the Star Wars May episodes. And you know, it's starting to feel like if I keep momentum, I may actually make it all the way to 12 months plus ahead, which would be nice. 2020 might be a better year for YouTubers. Maybe, maybe not. We'll have to see what happens there. We have Martin on the chat saying hi. Hi, Martin. I'm still looking at the chat on my phone, so I still see it, even if it's not going to play on the screen anymore. So yeah, you don't have to worry about that part. Yeah, that didn't work at all. I should have just played these two because I need to play priest cards. Now, over the weekend, there wasn't too much breaking news. In fact, there was kind of a lot of fake news, and I don't use that phrase well, and maybe I shouldn't use it all. Maybe it would be better to say there was a lot of people who tried to cause controversy for nefarious reasons. For instance, the whole reason the chat and the whole chat is gone and all of that is, and the whole uproar on YouTube about people putting lewd and disgusting comments on the chat of videos. That whole video that's kicked that off was made by a failed YouTuber, which is a fair description in my opinion, and I would hold myself also in that category as a failed YouTuber who was very quickly revealed to have been trying to encourage people to get to complain to advertisers to pull their advertising right now and just cause another adpocalypse. Now, what I said before is still not wrong. YouTube should have seen this coming. Like, every year there is going to be somebody with an axe to grind that's going to come around. And it's not going to be even an annual thing. It's going to be all the time. There's always going to be somebody with an axe to grind trying to cause another adpocalypse on YouTube. the advertisers themselves would love to cause an adpocalypse so they can pull out and try and negotiate more favorable terms. Every news reporting agency is a direct competitor to YouTube, so they are more than happy to promote and propagate it without there really having to be any kind of collusion whatsoever. Martin asks, are you really rank 19? Yeah, that's the amount of effort I put into it because I play on 3 different accounts and I'm usually not paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm still very confused as to, without spending extra effort trying to figure out how this works, I'm confused how pedophiles or alleged pedophiles or just trolls are going on to YouTube videos that should be unlisted or private anyways, and that's a big part here, is that there are parents putting up videos of their little kids when I think maybe YouTube would be best just to say no kids on YouTube at all. Like no kids, no videos with kids in it on YouTube. But even if they're going on there and they're putting eggplant squirt timestamp, disgusting speech still in my mind falls under free speech. I don't see how that goes any further though. Is it that somebody makes a account, puts that comment, and then you click on that person's account and then you look at their YouTube page, and then their YouTube page has offensive videos? I don't get it. Are they, if they're putting links to anything, then they're getting around the spam filter pretty quickly. I don't think you're supposed to be able to put any kind of links really in comments on YouTube videos. So I don't know how it goes any further there, unless they've created a highly complicated encoding system or getting around spam filters. I don't understand how it rises from a level of just disgusting speech into being a level of either soliciting child pornography or producing or promoting the distribution of child pornography. Like, I don't think it, I kind of don't think it exists. I think there's a much ado about, nothing but much ado about just lewd words. Like, if I was in a bathroom stall in just a gas station somewhere, and some troll, some jerk wrote on the bathroom stall, I like children. It's disgusting, but I mean, it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything. If he puts, I like children, call me, here's my phone number, then it's probably not really his phone number. And like that, usually if anybody writes a phone number on a bathroom stall, it's somebody that dumped him or that they hate. If they wrote a website address, I guess that would make sense. Let's see, Martin asks, why do you only have 321 subs? You must have about 20,000 XD, about XD OMG. Yeah, I wish I knew the answer to that, why I only have 321. The only answer I can give is YouTube does not promote small-time creators at all. They just don't promote my videos. Now, I'm a video game critic. I'm making, in YouTube's own mind, I'm sure the exact same type of video as every little kid who plays Fortnite. Or maybe in my early years I got on some part of the YouTube algorithm where they just labeled me as garbage content. The one thing I could say as my understanding of the algorithm, and comparing myself to other big time video game YouTubers and YouTubers in general, they don't like it when you are uploading 2, 3, 4, 5 things. There's a long time where I had like 5 separate series of 5 separate games, which yeah, some people might not like one game, I might like it. I was very much run my channel like a TV channel, where in prime time you might have a 30-minute show and then another 30-minute show. One might be a comedy, one might be a drama. So I was putting out a lot of content, and I still want to put out a lot of content. I can't see how I could shift my channel to not put out a lot of content, short of if I had, say, you need 1,000 to monetize a channel nowadays. But so if I had like 10,000, 20,000 people, I might at some point consider moving it to separating my channel into 5 channels and asking people to subscribe to 5 different channels. But I don't see how that really changes anything, because it's all video games, and I don't stick to any video game besides Hearthstone for very long. So I don't see how pulling the usual YouTube trick of asking your 10,000 real fans to subscribe to 5 different channels so then you can claim you have 50,000 subscribers. But yeah, it's just all YouTube's fault. The only thing I did wrong is I didn't cheat. I didn't pay somebody to get me a bunch of subscriptions from the middle of China or Russia. And I've heard rumors that at least in the early days people got away with that, and that's how they got successful. Nowadays, almost certainly it would get your channel banned, even if it wasn't you who did it. So yeah, I get this statement a lot, and all I can say is ask your friends to subscribe to my channel, and like ask them to make sure anybody that has a YouTube account subscribes to my channel. They really don't even have to watch any video ever. It'd be nice if they watch my videos and like my videos, but if I can just get a subscription and subscribers up to 1,000, I think that would put me, it would let me run ads again, so I could get a few pennies a week. I was making about 7 cents a week back before they changed the rules on how many subscribers you needed, because it used to be only 100. So I would be getting maybe 70 cents a week. 70 cents a week. That's a couple of really cheap Steam games. It doesn't pay bills or anything. But yeah, more subscribers, even if they don't watch, would be greatly appreciated. And I think about like other little kids who would think about starting a YouTube channel nowadays, and I'd just say forget it. There's no chance. I was very late to the party. My channel's about 5 years old, and it probably should be 10 years old. Frankly, like you would have to be the most popular kid in school, and you'd have to have a school of a couple thousand to convince all of your friends to subscribe to you on YouTube. And that's not even a smart move, because then it runs the danger of you getting doxxed, or your friends like releasing information, or just people that don't like you making fun of you, and you'd just be really it could be very emotionally disturbing to try to be a YouTuber when you're young. So maybe if you were the valedictorian at a college and you could handle people, a lot of people making fun of you, maybe then you might be able to start a YouTube channel and be successful. As for how people do become successful today, the sad truth is there's just a lot of secret money behind it too. Like, Geek and Sundry is a great example of this, where the YouTube channel Geek and Sundry came out and it was supposed to be, oh, it's Felicia Day and it's one other, the Nerdist guy, I forget his name. They've gotten together and they've decided to make a YouTube channel, and yeah, they're little rich California actors, but they're not super rich, and they're just getting their friends to make these relatively high quality videos. And then it turns out, no, it really wasn't them. It was Lionsgate Productions, a giant movie production company that was funding Geek and Sundry. And Felicia Day, the last time I checked, has nothing to do with it, and the Nerdist guy really never had anything to do with it. But yeah, there's just a lot of production companies and rich parents that are funding the promotion and buying ads. I've never bought ads. That's another thing. It's like, sure, I could potentially buy ads for my YouTube channel, or at least on Facebook that gets promoted quite a bit. But yeah, I try. I'm not going to spend money on something that probably wouldn't pay itself back. So it's just a series of unfortunate events, as it is. Let's see. Let's see, Martin said about the pedophile topic, there was one in our city, and me and some friends got care of him. These people are disgusting. Well, Martin, Martin, I hate to surprise you, but there's more than one in your city. I guarantee you, there are hundreds and hundreds of people on the sex offender registry list in almost any of the smallest of towns. A lot of those people on the list also don't really deserve to be considered pedophiles, though a lot of people get on that list because they get drunk and pee in a public park or something, or they were 19 who slept with a 17-year-old. So there's nuance in everything. There are kind of two categories there. There are the active people out there trolling to actually harm children, and then there's a lot of people who also get caught up in that description in net. And I will throw pedophiles a bone and say there are almost certainly people who have that tendency, proclivity, or urges, and have never actually acted on them, nor any intention to act on them, even as much as through fantasy or through talk. And so a lot of this would be helped in the United States with a little bit less stigmatization, so that they could feel free to talk to therapists about it, and not have the therapist just immediately call the cops on them and have them thrown in jail, or try to do that, or have the therapist round up a lynch mob and lynch them. Their therapy would fix a lot of things in the United States. Moving on, Martin says, check out the channel The Clashers. It's the biggest one in Bulgaria, and that guy doesn't like the YouTube rules too. Well, that's pretty much everybody on YouTube. Is number one rule on YouTube is to poop all over YouTube because they make it so easy, and it's really the right thing to do. Like, YouTube's rules and the way they implement the rules and how they announce changes to the rules have always been horrible. It's always this nightmare scenario where it's like, why can't you just leave us alone? Why can't you just let us make money? That's all we really want to do. Why don't you just be the silent partner and run the background, and instead of putting your own ideas, politics, or just small changes in it. I got a survey just the other day asking me, when I was on my YouTube subscriptions, which of the following errors have you found on the subscriptions tab? And it's like, it lists things that might have happened on the subscription page, but it just popped up, and I had not complained about anything, and at the bottom it said none, and I'm like thinking to myself, I better click none, because this is clearly a survey they're trying to do because they want to yet again try to get rid of subscriptions, which is ridiculous because YouTube has been trying to get rid of the subscription page and letting people watch just the videos that they want to watch from people they want to watch videos from in a chronological order. They want to do a Facebook forced trending or what's new page instead, where YouTube decides what you can see and what you can't see, and it will just not suggest videos at all. They've been trying to do that for years, and nobody likes it. Like, sure, a significant amount of people don't subscribe and don't look at the subscriptions page, but the people that use it really like it and really use it. I use it. It's the only way you can possibly see all the videos that come out from a subscription thing. It's the same thing like having to subscribe and click the notification bell. Why does the end user have to click two buttons to indicate the same thing? And if they really want to get rid of subscriptions as a concept, then why are they then holding content creators to the standard of saying, I have to have 1,000 subscribers, when you don't even want people who are subscribed to me to be able to see my videos on a subscription page? Yep. And I could go on and on. To be fair to YouTube, they're trying to get better. Some of their announcements have been phrased and thought through, and feels like they may actually have finally gotten a PR company in there to teach them how to deal with public relations. But there's a reason why the most hated YouTube video on YouTube is made by YouTube. Like, that goes to show just how little they understand their own community and their own product. And a big part of that certainly comes from the fact that YouTube was originally this small-time startup company with small-time startup content creators that got bought out by Google, and Google, I assume, caused a skill drain, a brain drain to happen in the employees, and now it's being run by people who don't understand anything. So yeah, one other thing YouTube has done recently is they've gotten rid of integration with Google Plus, which nobody cares about that, but in the process they also got rid of integration with Twitter and other social media services. So now there's really no way to make a custom message pop up when a video goes live on Facebook or Twitter or anything like that. At best, I can use a third party if then that website plugin to just kind of automatically generate a generic notification. The only reason I use my Facebook or Twitter is to let people who are on Facebook or Twitter, instead of looking at YouTube all day, which maybe a lot of people do look at YouTube all day, but some people don't. So I want to make it as comfortable for my viewers to get notifications in whatever service they like. That's also the only reason I have like a Tumblr and a Google Plus account. I assume that's shut down now. So I need to adjust that at some point too. Or I'll just leave it, you know. Might as well just leave things the same way. So yeah, YouTube is actively making it harder to reach the audience that wants to see your content. Like it could go on for hours. Martin says, I don't know what time it is in your country, but it's 2 a.m. here, so I'm exhausted. BB, which was probably bye, keep it up. Well, yeah, you're on the other side of the world. It's not even 4 p.m. in the United States Central Time. Yeah, and that's another thing with YouTube, is the reason I live stream Hearthstone, other than to just get the daily quests done with Hearthstone, is because only live streams get promoted and shown to anybody. So I get people actually seeing my videos and commenting on my videos when I live stream. If I put a scheduled pre-recorded footage, which is what I would much prefer to do, I'd like all my footage to be pre-recorded, and maybe even a little bit of polished and edited. That's an ambitious goal for a later date, but any of that pre-recorded stuff does not work. Meanwhile, there's not much of a competition. I could go to Twitch and try to make money on Twitch, but I've yet to see actual examples of normal people make money at Twitch either. I heard, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, that Ninja, who was the biggest Twitch streamer, his subscriber count went from like 230,000 on Twitch to like 20,000. So he had a big loss as Fortnite, I suppose, became less interesting. So yeah, it feels like there's probably only about maybe 30,000 people that make a living wage on YouTube, and there's probably only about maybe 300 people on Twitch that make a living, and I don't like those odds. The best way, I suppose, to make a living these days is I'm trying to push the Patreon, and I'm gonna think about doing some other things with the patrons at some point.
Light smiles upon the just.
I'm not gonna lie, there is a potential there. I really wouldn't want to lock content behind a Patreon wall, but that might really be what it comes down to. Is if I have enough subscribers for that to make sense, and if I have like 1,000 patrons, I might put out something, but I don't even know what it would, or maybe I could put out videos earlier.
Is someone injured?
Job's done.
But I don't know how any of that works. Frankly, it all just ends up meaning doing more work.
Is someone injured?
So right now my Patreon is mostly just, hey, this is a monthly way you can throw me $1, and that would be greatly appreciated.
Right away.
It cuts YouTube out of the loop. So while Patreon takes some percentage and some transaction fee, it's nowhere as big as what YouTube was taking, and at least it doesn't give money to YouTube. Of course, if everybody does that and YouTube fails miserably, then we've got nowhere to put our videos. So at some point, we're gonna have to find an alternative if that were to happen, but that's unlikely to happen.
You are the Shadow's puppet. Right away.
Let's see. Moving on, our first game for today that we have to look at is called Magic Gun. It's a stand in one place and shoot two guns VR game. Early access and $2.39 discounted. A very generic game. I did go through most of the games that we looked at that I had left over, because there was a ton of games left over on Friday, and we went for like 6 hours streaming, and at a certain point it was just like, I cannot go any further. This is getting ridiculously ridiculously long.
You are the Shadow's puppet. Right away.
So we may have a little bit that is left over at the end of today, but I want to get through most of the videos today, and the ones that get left behind are week-old games at this point. But I did a lot of filtering too. It's things that just weren't worthy of mention just got closed. Let's see. Let's hit that. Okay, so let's see if we can do this.
Right away.
And is there anything else we can do? Not really.
The hand is too full.
There we go.
Do my bidding.
In the turn. Next we have a game on Steam called Speaky Gamebox, which looks like a RPG Maker game. Let's see. Yeah, is there anything here to say? No, not really. It's discounted to $1.79. We're still continuing to see a trend of slightly more expensive games than than they really deserve to be priced at. And what do we want to do?
Right away. Do my bidding. Do my bidding.
Do that. Okay. Next we have a game on Steam called Kill Jump Monster. I hope the web peak is working today. It should. This is a terrible looking game. They can't even get it full screen to take the screenshots. It's looking at the video, it's just probably stolen artwork if I was to guess. That is a clicker as things are jumping up. English not supported, $19.99, and no surprise here, it is a cheap Chinese game. Of course, not cheap in the price, just cheap in quality. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to go through several Chinese games like that. Alright, here we go. Double that. Do that. And while we're at this, we'll just play some other priest cards. And take the victory. We need to get 3 victories while we're playing priest cards. That was the priest cards. I guess I don't need to get everything done today, but it might be smart to do it all today. We can now play as Paladin, so let's keep it interesting and move over to Shield Paladin. Next we have a game on Steam called Maze of Time, which is apparently another one of these games that is either really easy to do these days or just somehow became popular. I think there's probably a Unity asset that auto-generates 3D mazes. It's $1.59 discounted. Let's see what the languages are. Just English? Alright. Very low effort game, low quality game. Yeah, the only thing I could guess is that this is that they somehow figured out a way to make mazes. That being said, with the exception of a game called Mr. Maze, which I'm still not sure is actually a game worth playing, there really has never been an instance in the past 10 years where even a 3D AAA game wanted or was bettered by having a maze in it. Like, if you think about BioShock or Legend of Zelda or something like that, the last time there was a good maze in a video game, it was I would say
Speak your peace.
It would have been when the Resident Evil 4 came out, and that was like 15-20 years ago. Resident Evil 4 has a hedge maze, and you're fighting something. The Ghostbusters video game had a hedge maze in it too. But that's pretty much it. There aren't any other examples, and every other first-person shooter bends over backwards to try to make gameplay quick and snappy and easy to navigate. You're doing the exact opposite when you put a maze in a game. So it's just bad game design by modern standards. Next we have a game here that's just a bunch of Asian characters. I'm wondering if it's possible that this is all the same company that's putting out a lot of these. This game is 99 cents, English not supported, it's a simplified Chinese game. It looks like it is built on something like RPG Maker, but actually isn't even really an RPG. Seems like you just kind of go up and up and up on stairs. Just like really bad quality looking.
I fight.
Let's keep on playing.
The battle! The battle! The battle!
Got it down to 10. Let's see. Next we have a game from Big Fish. So Puppet Show Porcelain Smile Collector's Edition. This will be $12.99, a hidden object game. Big Fish Games was a website at some point, I don't know if it still is, that puts out these hidden object games, and then every week or so they release something that's a collector's edition. The quality of their games never look bad. It's just they're hidden object games, and you really shouldn't be playing $12.99 for a hidden object game. And if you're obsessed with hidden object games and you are paying $12.99 every other week, and you're paying a lot of money a year. Right.
I fight.
There we go. Another victory, good. So that leaves us with just one victory. This next game is interesting. We have a game on Steam called Wrath of Thor. And this looks like this is a direct attempt to infringe on the copyright of the Marvel Odinson Thor creature, which you could get away with pretty easily because Thor, being a Nordic god from Nordic ancient religious beliefs, can't really be copyrighted in a lot of ways. Although I would say some of the appearances here might infringe. Marvel would kind of have to take it to court. Either that or this was a licensed game by Disney, and if it was a licensed game by Disney, then I don't see why they're not mentioning that. Why not put Marvel's Wrath of Thor? This is English simplified Chinese, so I heavily suspect that this is just copyright infringement. Yeah. $2.99 with no discount. Wrath of Thor won't make it to the follow list though. China is gonna get quite a smattering of my ire today, unfortunately, because we're gonna have to talk about some news of other people spreading their dislike of China too. But I don't inherently comment on cheap Chinese, like copyright infringing and bad Chinese games because I hate China. It may sound like that. I'd love to see Chinese people, the people of China, make a good game. I just have major disagreements with how they run their country. The government runs their country, which is pretty much on the same levels as my feeling with a lot of countries.
Right away.
And I have major disagreements with bad quality games in general. I'm not even sure I'm that peeved with people stealing copyright, quite frankly. I'll let the corporations that own the copyrights of things fight that fight. I don't need the white knight and shield for a corporation. I'm here as a critic, trying to improve the landscape for the consumers, for people who buy the games, not people who develop the games. And what doesn't improve the landscape is a game like Colorvore, which is basically a fly around in black space eating colorful dots for no real reason. It's kind of a mix between Pac-Man and Asteroids. 99 cents, no discount. Another terrible game. So we're gonna end up going through a lot of these terrible games that came out today before we get around to the good games that I have in backlog. Next we have a game on Steam called World War II, the TCG, which would be... what does TCG stand for? It's a card game, I guess. This doesn't look bad, actually. It's got some nice graphics on the cards. The chances that this would be a successful collectible card game is low. You're also taking it into World War II. A lot of people don't want to play games around the idea of World War II. This game has in-app purchases, but it is free to play. And apparently it's at version 0.1.9. Visually it doesn't look bad, but let's face it, I would never decide to play that game. It's just not in my opinion, going to get enough of a fan base. It would be the equivalent if everybody started playing Battlefield and the World War II first-person shooters. So much so that there were no other first-person shooters ever made. Like no Borderlands 3, which because I like the Borderlands series. If they said we're never making any first-person shooters that aren't set in World War II, I would just say fine, then I'm not playing first-person shooters anymore. I would not bridge that gap and decide to meet them halfway.
Meddlesome insects.
Right away.
Gamer Sutra has an article for us. Avalanche co-founder Christopher Sundberg is leaving the studio. This must be new, I think. Let's see. Sundberg led development of the original Just Cause as creative director. Actually, I may have talked about this last week. There's nothing really more to say here, as far as I can tell. So, like, yeah, he's leaving the studio. That's fine. It seems like he's leaving the studio after a significant length of time. So, it's not super surprising. Alright, we just need a Druid and Hunter victory, and then we'll move on to the next one. Spell Hunter? Let's stick with Spell Hunter because I think it will win more than Druid will. Like I would know, but whatever. Next we have a game on Steam called Homing Shapes, which looks bad. This is not an acceptable level of animation and quality. Seems like it's kind of a platformer shooter game. It's kind of unique in its gameplay style, but its presentation is just so bad. $2.99. I have no interest in it. Maybe you're supposed to avoid the particles that are coming towards you until you could maybe hit the gold and get a shot to shoot the items. That might be it. Let's move on. Next we have a game called Airshock. Let's see what this is. Well, it looks like a terribly low frame rate game where you're playing as a helicopter shooting in some generic asset flip 3D environments. Yeah. Maybe there's more you do than just helicopters, but maybe you drive all kinds of military vehicles. It's discounted to $2.69, and it does not interest me at all. TechRaptor has an article. Good Game Studios is promoting Olga Savashchuk and Philip Nust to CEO and CPO. We'll do a web peek here so you can just see the name. Oleg Savashchuk, Philip Nust, CEO, CPO. Let's see. Stillfront Group, a team of independent creators, publishers and distributors of digital games, announced that their 2 employees will take new positions, blah blah blah. What is Good Game Group made?
Mind if I roll need?
Stillfront, which apparently is the parent company, is responsible for all sorts of games across multiple platforms, most notably in their collaboration with EA that led to titles like Unravel and its sequel Unravel 2, as Coldwater is a big part of the group. So their biggest games, their most recognized games, are 2 little indie games that were, I believe, PlayStation exclusives. And while I don't think there's anything really wrong with the game Unravel or Unravel 2, it has a very unique gameplay style that that doesn't really easily translate into other kinds of gameplays. The best it translates to is it shows an ability to develop a decent 2.5D platformer. Or 2D platformer. That's kind of all Unravel would say. Unravel as a series is very, very avant-garde, perhaps if I'm using that phrase correctly. So it's like the weird side piece of art you do to make your artistic people happy. It's not a company it shouldn't be a company defining indication of quality. Generally speaking, like you would want, say, well, I'm watching somebody play WarioWare Shake It right now, which is kind of an unknown, forgotten game for the Wii, I think, and that certainly isn't the game that's going to show what Nintendo can do. What's going to show what Nintendo can do is Mario Odyssey or Zelda Breath of the Wild. Even Splatoon really isn't a good example of what Nintendo is normally comfortable making. Metroid Prime is another great example of that. It's like, that's not really what Nintendo usually does. Although I guess this is just a promotion. It's not like they announced that they're seeking new funding.
I'm unstable.
So TechRaptor has this article, and the way I read it is kind of different from the way it seems to be reported now. So maybe there was some more clarity added to this at some point. But Tencent put out these streaming rules for Chinese gamers, and we're gonna go over all the rules. And then it was in that lost footage on Monday. This was not because I lost the footage in any way, or if it was, then my computer is really, really well hacked. They announced these Chinese rules, streaming for Chinese gamers rules, and it didn't seem like it really only applied to people in China, or people who are Chinese citizens, or people whatsoever having anything to do with it. So this article goes, the list of 12 regulations all but cement Tencent's role in directing the Chinese gaming policy. The prohibitions are as follows. And after reading this, I immediately blacklisted any directly made Tencent games on Steam, and I'll just never play any of them. There's complaints that Epic, Tencent owns parts of Activision Blizzard. They're an investor in that. They are investors in the Epic Store also. I'm not sure in each of those individual cases where Tencent has a minority investment or even a majority investment in a lot of companies, how much information or power that really gives Tencent. So it may be justifiable that you don't want to do any business with a company that Tencent's invested in, but that might be almost all the video game companies. And there have definitely been claims that Tencent was part of the Chinese government and a direct arm of enforcing Chinese governmental policy and goals, and and this certainly kind of guarantees that to be true. I don't know how you take it any other way. Either that's what happened, or Tencent was forced to institute these rules because they weren't ever going to get a game approved again in China, and so they had their backs against the walls. And in the last footage, I violated all of these policies just on principle, so I think we'll probably end this episode doing the same. So let's just sit here for a second. The first of the prohibitions are violations of China's social values, including sensitive topics such as politics, ethnicity, and religion. Excuse me, sorry. So, we can't talk about topics such as how China is a dictatorship and how the president is now trying to be the new emperor and he changed the laws so he can be the president forever. We can't talk about ethnicity, such as how they are oppressing people in China is oppressing people in Tibet and Muslims, and sending Muslims basically into concentration camps, and oppressing pretty much everybody else, including other Asian countries that they claim to be their own. And we can't talk about religion, how we talk about how they are oppressing Muslims and Tibetans for their religion also. The second prohibition is promoting or publishing content that violates China's social values, including but not limited to pornography, gambling, and terrorism. I can get very behind promoting pornography and gambling, and terrorism is a buzzword. Like, a lot of times one man's freedom fighter is another man's terrorist. So, like, depending on the nuance there, I might even support somebody who is called a terrorist under other things. They would have called the people who signed the Declaration of Independence terrorists. They almost certainly did back in the day. The next thing that's prohibited is behavior that damages the Tencent Games brand directly or indirectly, which the Tencent really is taking this ridiculous policy here that streamers are somehow supposed to be advertisers and representative of Tencent as a company, and thus we can't put their company in a bad light. That's not what streamers are. We're critics, we're news reporters, we're not a wing of your advertising department, or at least we shouldn't be. Distributing false information to others or pretending to be an official Tencent representative. False information might be a fake news thing where you might be saying something that is totally true or that's controversial, that it's unproven, and maybe they'll just call it false. I imagine if you said the Tiananmen Square massacre occurred, Tencent might very well say that that is false information. Distributing vulgar or indecent information, again, very nuanced. Distributing or promoting game cheat software or virus software. You know, there's potential ways that I'm cool with you distributing game cheat software, particularly if it's a single player game, and if you're doing it for a scientific reason and you're making example viruses and you're being very, very careful to not let it come out to the wrong people, that I don't really find a problem with even making scientific virus software for science. Engaging in excessive violence in-game or in the real world. So you can't be a streamer and apparently engage in excessive violence. So no MMA fighters can play Tencent games and stream them, apparently. And also you can't be excessively violent in games where Tencent would have had to have programmed it and made it so you could be excessively violent. Violating the privacy of other users with or without permission. The with there is a big question mark. how are you violating somebody's privacy if they specifically want you and gave you permission to mention them or talk about them. Failure to abide by the rules of the contract signed by third parties, i.e. other streaming platforms. So this is very nuanced, the way this is being said too. Of course, this is all translated from Chinese, so it could be slightly construed even differently than that. But I don't even know if that means I have to abide by contracts that Tencent signs with third parties, or if I have to abide by every contract I sign, even if it has nothing to do with streaming a Tencent game. Yeah. Copyright infringement of game developers or other content creators. I can't really complain too much about them saying that you shouldn't copyright infringement, but it's really not their business, frankly. And knowing China, they engage in non-stop copyright infringement, and I'm almost fairly certain Tencent has been caught a few times in engaging in copyright infringement. Any content that has negative social impact, so they're really making it blanket. You can't say anything negative at all, basically, because if you say it's a gloomy day and somebody hears that, wouldn't that have negative social impact? Any actions that do not comply with the current laws and regulations. So in case the first 11 of these weren't strict enough and nuanced enough that they could say, if you're streaming and we don't like it, we won't let you stream, which you really don't need a license to stream, not in the United States, and certainly as a United States streamer I don't have to follow any of these laws or these rules, because my streaming of videos, in my opinion, is fair use, and I don't need a license and written permission to stream their games. Good news is Tencent's games on Steam, there's only 2 of them, and they're both garbage for the most part, so it's not even close. But this does set a big precedent where these rules might very well might get copied over to games and streamers outside of China, and then this is just another example of China trying to enforce its worldview, its policy, its strict authoritarian governing style on the rest of the world. Let's see, the Tencent talks about a 19-year-old streamer named Hashi, H-A-I-S-H-I, incurred a massive fine for breaking his contract with one service in favor of another. Despite reporting revenue of $1.5 million US in under a year, Hashi opted to leave the streaming platform Hoya, H-U-Y-A, in favor of rival service Douyu, D-O-U-Y-U. Hoya took offense and challenged Hashi in court, won a field pair, and $7 million later, Tencent is hoping to curb any further poaching. So Tencent apparently owns Hoya, and they lost the case against Hashi. They appealed and lost the appeal, and they've spent $7 million to try and win this case. The bottom part of this says, despite the restrictions, it's worth noting that these restrictions only apply to Chinese streamers, not streamers of games owned by Tencent. That is to say, your favorite League of Legends or Dungeon Fighter Online streamer is exempt, provided they're outside of China, with few Chinese streamers opting to broadcast on Twitch.tv over the large domestic options. Many Westerners may not see the effect of these rules, and it is extremely unlikely the company would feel compelled to make them apply worldwide. I don't think it's extremely unlikely. I think this is a first step, and I think easily in 5, 10, 15 years, these exact similar rules will come out for everybody. Particularly if Tencent is allowed to grow as a company and grow in its influence. And inherently, this is a case where, because the Chinese government is so authoritative and such a dictatorship, that their companies act authoritative and a dictatorship, so we can't really trust any of their companies in any form whatsoever. We can't, as the world, this isn't just US versus China, this is as the world, who any person in the world who is against tyranny, any person who is for free speech, anyone who is against being controlled, has to, in the back of their mind, remember, we can't let any Chinese company anywhere gain any power, any influence in the world. They literally cannot and should not be part of the world economy, economy of ideas, economy of money, economy of influence, until China is no longer authoritative, no longer a dictatorship. And I know China will come back and say they're a democracy, blah blah blah. Not true. I don't believe it. Your own people don't believe it. They just are too afraid and too under your thumb to say it out loud. A one communist party democracy is just another way to say dictatorship. Particularly when you have the same president set up to be president for the rest of his life. And the same would go for Russia too. And several other countries. So it's been about an hour. This is a good place to break it up. And then I'll move over to the European account. We've got a lot more to talk about, and actually there's another Chinese story to talk about in particular, but I think most of my rant will stay here with this. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. And when you subscribe, please click the notification bell. If you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Welcome to my end.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Monday, February 25th. We're on the European account. Let's see. We have a watch and learn, and we'll re-roll this one. Play 12 minions that cost 5 or more. Start with the watch and learn and see if this works for us. We've got a lot of news. We're still behind from last week, so we'll cover a lot of this as we're doing this watch and learn, and I think this guy's probably gonna lose anyway, so we'll have to watch his next game and hope he wins then. So we'll start with this one. Techraptor has an article, YouTube creator misled public over Anthem video takedown. This is the YouTuber GGG Man Lives, or Triple G Man Lives. Basically, he was claiming that the EA had blacklisted him and forced him to take down a video to get attention. In the longer reveal, it turned out what EA had done is not blacklisted him in any way, or at least they're saying they're not blacklisting him, but they asked him to take a specific branding off, because there's two EA programs. There's the Game Changers program that G-Man is a member of, where you get early access to the game because you have some level of influence, and I don't even know how he got into that, quite frankly. And in the Game Changers program, they want you to disclose your using the logo Game Changers program that you got the game for free, and just the disclosures that the FTC requires of anybody who gets anything from free. It's an ad, it's a sponsorship, you're being paid in the form of a free game code to do this. It's not a completely 100% unbiased review. So they wanted him to take off the Game Changers program logo, and they wanted him to put on a logo to say that the video actually is sponsored content, because they had actually, I think, paid him to make the video. And apparently Triple G Man is in Australia, and he's not following the laws in Australia for disclosure either. So he took down the video, took off the Game Changers program, claimed all these things that don't seem to be true, and then put the video back up without any disclosures. There's a quote here: for its paid sponsorships, the website directly notes that EA commissions specific campaign assets, cinematics, and even tutorial videos that EA directly approves, which must always display sponsored by EA watermark, including both the audible and written description. So they wanted him to have the sponsored by EA watermark, not the Game Changers watermark, and instead of doing that, he made this whole claim. I know everybody hates EA, and it is possible that somebody in EA did tell him he was blacklisted for writing a negative review, or left him with that impression, even if they didn't say it directly, and maybe EA even did blacklist him. But this is not a coming to the public with clean hands idea. It's just not an honest way to depict this. If you're a content creator and you have sponsored content, and you believe you were forced to take it down and told to not put if you really had a conversation where somebody said take it down now, or we'll sue you or something, I don't know what the threat would be, I would definitely want to get my story straight before I said anything. And see, that's really the only way this makes him look like he's in the good light, is if it was a case of, oh no, actually EA did say take it down or we'll sue you, and now the EA is completely lying. If it's not that case, and it doesn't seem like it is, if EA really just said to take it down, take off the watermark, and put it back up, then you've got a case of a streamer who at best is pissed off because he had to do more processing, more rendering on his video, or is at worst you have a case of a streamer who is literally just lying for drama. And so this would be the second case today, frankly, of what seems to be fairly certain instances of people on YouTube lying to cause drama. Or Odd Rogue might work for us. Looking for decks that have 5 or more, and I'm trying to see if it's easier just to build a deck with 5 or more, or what. We have an Overload, and we have a Murloc deck. Then we have this custom droid. What is in this? It's just nothing. And then we have a custom priest, which has nothing in it. Yeah. I think Odd Rogue is the best we're gonna get, unless we make a deck. Okay. So Odd Rogue needs to change its name while we're here. Let's do that right now. And at the end of the day, people need to learn that you can't lie to the internet. Those internet sleuths will be on top of anything that has the slightest stink of being incomplete or dishonest. There's been several instances in the broader, just mainstream news of either dishonest news reporting or dishonest reporting, dishonest actions of people getting caught for being dishonest. Dishonesty doesn't work in 2019. It probably hasn't worked for about a decade. So people need to learn silence or 100% complete honesty. Those are your two options. Let's see. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Two Clusters Kane, which looks like a really old game, but it says it came out in 2019, so I'm gonna assume that this is just a very low effort MS Paint game. Yeah, it is. It's early access, free to play, brand new, looks like something that you'd expect from the mid 80s on PC. Yep, just terrible. Terrible, terrible games come out these days. We're gonna have to go through quite a few terrible games, I'm sure. Let's see. Can I show this one off? I think we can. Yeah, I think we're safe somewhat. This game is tagged for nudity and sexual content, so I want to double check before I show it. 1, 2, here we go. There. Next we have a game on Steam called Night City 2177. And what I can tell you about this game immediately is this looks like the same asset flip from a game that came out about 6 months ago. And in that instance, it was a bunch of anime girls on a strip of poles walking around. Seems like they've upped their game now and they've bought some 3D assets of more realistic girls. Although these arms don't look very well textured or animated. And they've seemed to have polished the idea a little bit better on the walls over here and the characters, and there's even some indication of maybe going outside, but yeah, there's really no reason to buy this. This is a low effort troll game for $3.19. Any promise of nudity in there is going to lead to major disappointment. I'll watch this full trailer just for science. You know, science. just to see what the poses and the actions are. It's still, it's a little bit better on the animations, the actual movements. That there's a robot that strips or dances. I'm not sure if any of them actually strip. You probably don't. They probably stay in the same level of clothing and just move around. Yeah, the outside section is probably the loading screen when you start the program. I bet you don't do anything outside. Yeah. So yeah, I just watched the entire video on it, and it was lacking in any quality or any kind of
Unleash me.
any kind of unique dance numbers. See, that's where, if you were gonna make a virtual strip club, which I guess is kind of what this idea is, you're going to have to probably 3D scan in a choreographed stripper dance of some sort. You might as well just get live footage in rotoscope, is what it's called. Just animate directly over the live footage. Because unless they're going a full length between like 3 to 5 to maybe even 10 or 12 minute dance, your content is going to just be low in the amount. Let's see, can I draw 2 demons from my deck? That would be interesting. Like, and even if you were to do that, and in like the Deus Ex games, there were something like that, I believe, and in the kind of infamous BMX XXX game, they had actual videos of actual strippers just as cutscenes, unlockable cutscenes in the game.
Stop copying me!
I don't know if it's really worth it to go down that route. You're not gonna catch too many people's attention. It's one of those cases where you always have to think, do these people not know that Pornhub exists? Do they not know that you could easily just get way more content for free on Pornhub?
Time's up. Let's do this.
Hey, lights out.
Here we go.
Kill that one. Kill that one. Next we have a game on Steam called Toy Tank. Just one word squished together. Looks pretty bad. Looks like it's a VR game where you're playing with a toy on the table for $1.79 discounted. That is way too cheap for VRs. This may be the end of VR, which is interesting because the HoloLens, like HoloLens as a video game accessory is also dead, but HoloLens 2.0 was just showed off by Microsoft, but they don't want to use it for video games. That was a determination pretty quickly, is that they were taking the general idea of augmented reality and using Kinect technology, and they were putting it into a different field completely. They didn't want to do video games for one reason or the other. I'm gonna lose, so just see if we can go out in style. Play as many cards as possible.
That was a mistake.
I don't see how it was a mistake. I was gonna die either way. Next we have a game on Steam called Death Cave, and while I like this anime title, it's kind of nice. The actual game you see here is garbage. Looks like it's a platformer or something, just something that would be a first year student project, somebody without any ability to animate. It's discounted, but $5.39. It's English and Japanese, and this is about the price you expect for even garbage in Japan. Everything is super expensive in Japan if they can get away with it. So that's an indicator. We're starting to see more instances of bad Japanese games come to Steam from indie developers and small-time developers. Death Cave is the first game from this developer.
Let the hunt begin.
And they still want a high price, which I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea how any of this really evens out in the long run. In general, the hope is that the cream rises to the crop and there's more opportunity, but I'd like to see an increase in realistic a realistic perception of where the game industry is, and less people thinking they can make money making garbage. And yeah, the game looks like a first year video game project. Does not look good.
I fight.
And I don't know what the value of that is. This is getting on a side conversation, certainly, but I don't know what the value there is to have somebody to tell an artist, look, you're young, you're new, what you're making is not good enough to be sold. A lot of people say you shouldn't coddle people, and you shouldn't give participation awards and such as is a major consideration and thought. But then it feels like it's probably very unique for very different people. I think some people can be motivated with getting a B instead of an A. I think some people can be completely crushed by getting a B instead of an A. And if you're giving an F, that's where the nuance in the art, I guess, comes down to being a teacher or a critic in general. Is that I suppose if my goal was not to give consumer advice, but to actually make video game developers better, and I was dealing with students and not people who claim to be professionals, I might be a little bit nicer in my criticism of certain games developed by certain people if I saw that they tried really hard. On the other hand, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably want to be totally honest and say, look, this is not good enough for the level that you're at, and you need to get better or you need to drop out. It's probably better to fail early and fail often than it is to string people along even when they're in education and say, oh, you might get better in 4 years or 10 years or 5 years. It's like, no, you've got to be good by the time you are at your first job, releasing your first product. You can't get extra time. You can't do extra credit. Not in the real world. Now, this next story is not directly connected to this, but GameIndustry.biz has an article, "The Rising Development Costs Forced Square Enix to Find Its Soul," opinion piece. When Final Fantasy was no longer enough, the venerable publisher dug deeper. So, what this is proposing as an opinion piece, and I'm not sure I agree with, with this. They're saying back in May of 2013, just prior to the former president, just prior to the current president taking over, Square Enix was making big budget titles like Tomb Raider, Hitman Absolution, and Sleeping Dogs. And at this point, Tomb Raider is a failure. Hitman is no longer owned in any way by Square Enix, and Sleeping Dogs 3 isn't likely to come out anytime soon, if ever at all. Let's see. That would have been the Tomb Raider reboot they're talking about. Now what they're saying is that they moved away from AAA games to invest more into AA games. So they're saying they started funding some other games like Goetia, Goetia, never heard of it, and Tokyo Dark, and many more. Either none of those games have come out, or they weren't big enough to even be memorable. They funded the release of Life is Strange because they had because they could make some money off of it pretty cheaply. But saying that because they made a financial decision to fund something I think they were already invested in so that they didn't lose their investment is hardly a claim that Square Enix found its soul in funding Don't Nod and Life is Strange. If that was the case, by this point there would be several other games that were episodic and like Life is Strange in development now, and there isn't. They're talking about in 2015 they announced Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is kind of their last hope as far as Final Fantasy games. I imagine there's a 16 in a pre-production stage. But this opinion piece is then saying, well, Octopath Traveler was a big success, and like, Octopath Traveler is a big success because Nintendo was in part behind it, or made it a success. And they're trying to say Nier Automata was a big success. Nier Automata was a big success because Platinum was behind it, or the developers. The developer was behind it too. What I don't see here is the idea that there will be 2 more Nier games, or that even there is another Nier game already in development. For the amount of success of Nier Automata, now would be the time to say, yes, there is another game in development. They're trying to say here, Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII on the PSP was there. So where this opinion piece really loses me, and I'm just skipping through it because it's an opinion piece and I really shouldn't be looking at it all, it's just wasting my time. They mentioned Bravely Default too. Is if Square Enix's new soul is partnering with other people and succeeding off of other people's creations because everything they do turns to dust, that's not much of a soul to celebrate, really. That's the point where you need to take a long, hard look at yourself and say, maybe we should stop making the kind of games we make and either get out of the video game industry completely. They're mentioning Scarlet Grace. So clearly this is a Gamma Sutra article by someone who just loves JRPG games and loves the standalone JRPG games and hasn't really loved the Final Fantasy JRPG series. So yeah, there's a quote here: between Nier Automata, Octopath Traveler, and Scarlet Grace, it has released some of its most interesting game in the last 10 years. Yeah, I just cannot agree with this opinion. I am the idea that
This guy's toast.
what to me looks like a pretty close to failing company like Square Enix. They probably have money. They'll probably last another 10 years. And as long as they get a couple of tentpole successes, they'll probably still be in the industry. But the idea that they somehow found their soul through small indie JRPGs that they really didn't have a hand in is kind of ridiculous. And from what I've heard, Square Enix likes to interfere and micromanage things. So unless the argument is they found their soul and they stopped micromanaging the development of games internally in their own company, that's the only turnaround that would be positive in my mind, is if they said to the Japanese people in their Japanese offices, we're gonna not micromanage so much, and we're gonna let you just be creative and artistic. That'd be interesting. I'm not sure that fixes anything, because the jury is still out in my mind totally whether Final Fantasy 15 failed because they didn't micromanage enough, or because they micromanaged too much, or did it have nothing really to do with the management of Square Enix whatsoever? Was it just the director of the Final Fantasy game? Was he just bouncing off the walls, making changes like crazy? That's kind of what I've heard, is that the director was the problem. So Final Fantasy 16, if it ever gets made, might be a lot better, and it may have nothing to do with any changes or lack of micromanagement from Square Enix. It may just be that the director's different. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Bot War that looks terrible. Looks like a terrible effort to make something like a first-person shooter. They want $6.99 for this. That's terrible. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Little Mouse's Encyclopedia. This is a kids game, and I'm always looking for kids games, and this looks like it might actually even be educational. So as long as this is in English, I'm going to put this on the follow list. $4.24 discounted. It's not terrible. It is in English. 160 species of plants and animals, 4 different habitats. That seems like that's actually educational. So I'll put this on the follow list and I'll see what the reviews are. The problem with any game like this is that it could just be all untrue garbage. The game might be lying. And it may actually be not appropriate for kids. Well, I guess that's not Explosive Trap. I thought it would have been. GameIndustry.biz has an article. Microsoft adds eye tracking and doubles its field of view for HoloLens 2 with a launch later this year for $3,500. Unreal Engine support is on the way. So yeah, I saw some of this announcement. It wasn't that long. The eye tracking is like an iris scanner also, so it automatically logs you into your computer. It has like a super powerful chip inside of it, but it's not for video games. They show demos where it's for people working on fixing motorcycles and surgeons. It's for a augmented reality in instances where you're a professional and money is no object. The only announcement I saw that was even slightly looked like it might be video games is it seems like Hasbro's corporate people are using it for teleconferencing, and they were showing off this creepy demo where they had made a program that makes a 3D avatar for teleconferencing in 3D spatial environments off of a 2D image, and the 3D avatar looked like garbage. I think HoloLens 2 is not really ready for prime time, particularly at that price tag. It looks like, to me, a ridiculous IT budget waster. Like, some IT departments love to do this. They'll say, let's buy one of these items and see if we'll use it in our 1,000 different offices. And they have no intention of ever implementing it in the workflow or using it. They just wanted a gadget to play with and to waste their budget so their budget stays high. I don't see a lot that HoloLens 2, which is actually HoloLens 3 because a 2 version was canceled in production. I don't see it really doing anything much more than what you would expect you could do with a projector and a camera in a lot of instances. A lot of it's just unnecessary extra stuff. One day it'll work and be worth it. Speaking of announcements, I'm not sure I have an article here about this, but I talked about how Apple said they were working on making iOS apps work on Mac products like MacBooks and MacBook Airs and all of those. Apparently, the way they're going to try and do that is they're going to force everybody to go to ARM processors, the reduced instruction set ARM processors, which means that we've got the fuzzy graphics again. Shaman cards, I guess, is what we're going to play from now on. Let's see, can I even find which one is Shaman? Yeah, there it is. So what that means is they're basically rewriting all of the operating system to support a whole different type of processors, not a regular Intel i86 or 586, 786 processor. Whatever we're up to, we might be up to 9, 10, 11, 86 generation processors at this point because the numbers change a little frequently. So it means all the software would have to be reprogrammed, and almost certainly when you compare apples to apples, it means that the MacBooks and the Apple products are not going to be as powerful as they used to be. And any software that is not highly optimized to work and look and feel like it's moving as fast as it used to will feel considerably slower, and a lot of things will not transfer over. Now, how much is that really going to affect people? It depends. If you're dual booting with Parallels into a MacBook, that's almost certainly never going to work again. So that's gone. There's no way to get around that, pretty much. But if you're just using a MacBook and you're only using the Apple products on MacBook, they'll probably optimize all of those so they feel as fast as they used to be. To get back to the Microsoft HoloLens, also Microsoft is, according to Reddit, they took a military contract and their employees are not happy about that. Developing HoloLens for military uses, which, quite frankly, that is the #1 place where I think HoloLens would work and would work best is in military applications where you've got something that could detect small bits of movement, overlay maps of unfamiliar territory, bring up interfaces to control drones, display video game like counters of how much ammo you've shot, things like that. And the military does not mind one bit spending $3,500 on a single unit. I'm sure, since it's the taxpayers' money anyways, what do they care? Elemental. Do we have anything that's none? Let's see, 2/2 elemental. And this. And how are we gonna do this? That. That. And that. And this. And there. Next we have a game on Steam called Hookshot, which looks like a cell phone game. Seems like you are just basically playing billiards, bouncing a ball around, and wherever it lands it sticks. It's $1.19 discounted. Again, some of these really low effort cheap games used to be on sale for 70 cents. Now they want like double that. So I don't know if times are tough and people are raising their prices hoping to adjust for that, or if the market really is providing enough people willing to pay at those prices. Let's see. Next we have another low effort game on Steam called Super Orb Collector, which is just flying around with, it looks like it's direct mouse control to collect these orbs. They want, again, $1.19. This actually is from the same developer. So, Super Grower, Super Orb Collector, and Hookshot probably all released at the same day. I don't recognize this publisher name, but I think I will start recognizing it pretty quickly if they're gonna flood the Steam market with garbage games and try to make them bundle to make it seem like it's a better value. There we go. It's like we have so far in an hour not even seen, I think, but maybe one or two good games. And that's a bad ratio certainly, but it is kind of normal. So next we have a game on Steam called Swarm Simulator Evolution. This one's a little iffy. I think I need to give this one a chance, see if some people review it and actually like it. It probably isn't anything. Well, it's free to play. Single player with in-app purchases. So maybe people should try it out. It says over 1 million players. I don't understand how that is true. That seems like that is a lie. So I'd not play it for that reason unless this was on a website somewhere. But even then I'd think it would be a lie. Yeah. I think they tipped their hand when they said over 1 million players. That's unrealistic amount.
There is little time.
This. And the turn. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Rhythm Overdrive, which looks like it's a rhythm-based shooter game. I generally don't like rhythm games, and I'm not sure how this would change playing basically Galaga. Anyways, like the original version of these kinds of games were basically following a rhythm anyways. It's just it wasn't a musical rhythm, it was a slower beat. Yeah, this looks like this would be a nightmare. $6.29 discounted. I could see people maybe liking this. 10 different enemies, 15 songs from 4 different artists, 2 difficulties, 30 levels. 30 levels is pretty low. Also. Alright.
There is little time.
Okay. So. Got close there. Close enough. Gamma Sutra has the same article. Microsoft unveils HoloLens 2. Promises greater mixed reality immersion. A lot of video game people were reporting on the HoloLens 2. If a HoloLens 3 comes out, now seeing that the second one really has no interest in video games, which is something they've been saying for at least a year or two. I think we probably won't even report on, and most people won't even bother to report on it. Also, I imagine you'll kind of quickly find out that it doesn't make sense to talk about it because it's not going to do anything. Or not succeed.
Before the storm.
So he got back up to full health, so we'll have to keep on playing. Next we have a game on Steam called Rydo, which sounds weird. This looks like it's different colored circles fighting each other. You know, it almost feels like a Beyblade. I guess that's what it is. Unfortunately, visually, it's just not interesting looking. It's early access, discounted for $4.24. I'm very surprised to see it doesn't have some other Asian language here, because if you are making a Beyblade style of clone, I would expect you're doing it to appeal to some Asian market somewhere. That this is not a product specifically designed just for Westerners, people who speak English. Of course, it always gets weird in translations anyways, because sometimes you'll release a game in other Asian countries and still end up just releasing it in English because you want to release it in so many different Asian countries that English is the one shared common language. Okay.
I'm out of cards.
Alright, I'm out of cards. So let's do that first. And that. And let's see. That.
Shelter. The calm before the storm.
I didn't need to play this guy. There we go. This next game I'm pretty sure is a troll game. It's called Trans-Shaping. Seems like it's designed just to be kind of transphobic style of game. Although I kind of hate to use that phrase without certainty, but this part of the screen right there seems like that's the case. And regardless of whether this is supposed to be a troll game or if this is supposed to be a heartfelt, genuine tale of a trans person who is telling their tale through these ugly shapes. They're still selling a game with ugly shapes for a ridiculous price. $12.99 with no discount. This is this might be an SJW game, like the way this is phrased. It might not be a troll, it might just be this is what an SJW thought would be a impactful thing to make a game about, and that this story needed to come out in that form, in that fashion. That is also believable. That's kind of the problem with SJWs in general, is that they're so extreme that they make themselves and everyone who slightly agrees with them look bad half the time. That's why, like, from what I hear, the phrase SJW is not made by people who are completely against everything SJWs claim to stand for. It was made by actual progressive people who were trying to actually affect progressive policies and do something that they felt was right and good, but instead get co-opted by people who just want to rant about, like, sexism in video games. Which, yeah, Leanna K is not an SJW in my opinion, although she can be opinionated in ways I don't always agree with, which just makes her a normal human. She was talking about the Mortal Kombat controversy, and I really like how she phrases it to a how it's becoming sexist in the way you usually don't think of it. It's sexist to say a woman can't do something that an average random woman can't do something that an average random man can do in most instances. But it's also sexist to say that a average random woman can is so weak that they need to be assisted to do something that a average random man can do. So in the case of the Mortal Kombat, the costumes that are being shown for the new version of Mortal Kombat, there is this feeling that the female characters are getting covered up in a way to appear less sexist, but is actually more sexist because they're not covering up any of the male characters. So if it was a general blanket, we're just going to put all of the characters in Mortal Kombat, both male and female, in more conservative clothing. They're going to be more covered up. They're going to be less sexy, less skin showing. Then that would be fair. But when you're elevating women on a pedestal and saying they're so precious and they're so weak and that they have to be protected, these virtual characters in Mortal Kombat that are fighters are so weak that they have to be protected and put in these in less provocative outfits, it is just another form of sexism. And really, robbing characters who have been established as being aggressive in general and sexually aggressive in their dress, undoing that is robbing the characters of their established backstory and characterization. And as for the Mortal Kombat series, Mortal Kombat 1 had Sonya Blade. Sonya Blade's original art was based on a comic book of a character that was in a high leotard and her belly was showing. For the time that Mortal Kombat 1 came out, that was sexually provocative. It wasn't a big talked about issue. because people were too busy talking about how violent the game was. But the games really have been that way. When you get to Mortal Kombat 2, the original art and suits of the characters of Mortal Kombat 2 are bikini-clad, provocative, and particularly with Mortal Kombat as a series, that is a series that has to up its game. Like, it is actually surprising that it is not an adults-only game at this point, because that's all the Mortal Kombat series has ever been. It's a fighting game that sells itself on extremes, on being extremely violent, extremely bloody, and extremely provocative was the third lower extreme there. Extremely crass with like babalities and friendships and silly too. So with every new generation, those the fighters should have been in even skimpier clothes in the same way that the games have gotten extremely more violent in their depictions. Like the whole X-ray broken bones thing, something like that as far as skimpiness should be for Mortal Kombat. Does that mean what I'm saying now as an opinion? Does that mean I believe every single female character in every single game should be in skimpy clothing? No, not at all. It's just when you've established a character one way, you really can't go back. Even the Tomb Raider reboot, it really wasn't as big of a deal as it is in this Mortal Kombat. The way it seems the costumes are going in Mortal Kombat. Also, in a fighting game, you're going to have a bunch of costumes anyways. So one hopes not all of them are extremely conservative. But this is really impactful because this is the same thing, the same kind of pressure that journalists have been giving to the developer of DOA, where DOA is a game that is known for wanting to depict most of the female characters in skimpy clothing, and now begrudgingly has put them in less skimpy clothing by default. So changing their artistic values. The thing I would say that's worse about the the Tomb Raider reboot is not that you lost the clothing, it's that you lost the coolness of the character. Like, that reboot made her seem very weak and just not that cool dual gun shooting adventurer that we had come to know as Lara Croft. And I'm not sure even by the third game does she even feel like the Lara Croft of old by that point. Also, I would say that the gameplay is pretty significantly changed in the Tomb Raider reboot. Moving on though, I'm getting on a bit of a rant. I would say a lot of the Nintendo games in particular, I would not want to see Princess Peach or Princess Daisy or Rosalind or Zelda. I really want to see any of them in extremely skimpier clothing in officially made games from Nintendo, because those games, they're established as games for little kids to get their first taste of those types of games. And yeah, there's fan art out there if you want to see Princess Peach in bikinis, and that's really where it should just stay. That's in part, I guess, why a character like Bowsette could not really ever enter the Nintendo universe. Although there's ways you could do it, you would just have to I think it would probably be best if you made a new character in the Super Mario universe that kind of is a female Bowser, but it isn't called Bowsette and isn't scantily clad in any way. You go with maybe a goth-ish teen with black hair and like black eyeshadow. Maybe you could put a Bowser spike on your neck, but that's kind of it. You wouldn't want to go full Bowser shell. As she's been depicted by default.
Stormy, stormy.
Yeah. What else? Let's play this. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Dodge This. This is another low effort game where you're getting things just thrown at you and you're trying to dodge them all. It doesn't even look like much of a game. Let's see if we can show a little bit of this. You seem to direct you in a way, and when you click you bounce up in the air. Even if you're in the air, you seem to still bounce. And you're just trying to dodge random garbage. This game is 59 cents discounted. At least it's the right price for a garbage game. Which elemental do we have?
How long can this go on? How long can this go on?
Let's see, what do we want to do? I could do this one damage here. And then the turn. The Mortal Kombat story 2 is also one of those stories where you can't really say anything after a certain point. Like, we'll have to see what the next Mortal Kombat game is, and I'm not sure that the Mortal Kombat series as a fighting game series matters. After Mortal Kombat 2, if I was to do a series and play all the Mortal Kombat games, say somebody gifted me like all of them on Steam that are available on Steam, I'm not even sure which ones are, if any, I'd probably just do a spotlight of 1 and 2, and then that would be about it, because the story modes, I might go through the story mode if it's on easy on some of the later series, but there was no story mode in 1 or 2, so I doubt 3 either. And I'm not sure anything between Mortal Kombat 3 and the most recent one matters in any way. At least when you play the, if you were to play the Injustice games, there's a little bit more focus on story there. But I still don't think, I'm certain that Injustice is worth playing either. They're kind of at the bottom of the list of fighting games, quite frankly. Moving on, we have a article. Someone is remaking Chex Quest in HD. I'll show a web peek here, or whatever Chex Quest is. It sounds to me like it's one of those serial video games. Yeah, it is. It was a game from that General Mills made at some point from the Chex cereal. Chex Quest was a Doom clone which was given away freely in boxes as a serial part of an advertising campaign in the late 90s. So now, let's see. We've got this Chex Quest trailer that I'll skip through and see what this is. I'm seeing some really ugly animated yellow people in like a cutscene. It's like a military briefing. And some of the people in the audience are aliens and have holes in their stomachs, I guess, to imply that they are the Czech cereal.
The calm before the storm.
Let's see. I guess maybe they're armored around Czech cereal. Like they have armor on their bodies. Okay. I'm probably about to lose here, so we'll just ignore this. This is what Chex Quest looks like. I've never seen this before. As a Doom clone, it is definitely a generation ahead in 3D graphics than the Star Wars games I'm playing. Jedi Knight, for instance, Jedi Knight 1, or 2, however, Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. So yeah, you're shooting them with kind of a handheld zapper, things that look like toy guns, and things that definitely don't look like real world guns, and you're shooting aliens, which is interesting. I don't know why anybody would remake Chex Quest in HD. It seems ridiculous. It's like a fan project. Really, that should be something that just revolves around a idea of preserve it, know that it existed at one time, but never bring it up again and never play it again. Well, I'm going to end this recording here because it's not about another hour, and then I'm going to take a small break, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend to follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me further, this is a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Busy night, but there's always room for another.
Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Monday, February 25th, and we are on the Asian account. I've got 3 things to do today, trying to get everything done. Guess the one we roll would be the most difficult one. Alright, so we need to win a Paladin Priest game, and then 2 games of any class. We're getting some easy 50 gold quests because they're shortchanging us on gold, and we're not getting the 60, 80, or 100 gold quest. Alright, that was Paladin and Priest, right? That I just said? Yeah, Paladin and Priest. So, hop in here. We've still got a bunch of news left over, and I'm trying to get through it all, but I'm not making great progress. Honestly, after losing footage on last Monday, I should have done an extra stream on the weekend. That would have been the thing to do. Is play an extra day of Hearthstone and make some extra footage. Going forward, I will work from that perspective. If I ever miss a day of footage, or just get really far behind. Anyways, starting with news, Gamasutra has an article, the FTC to begin looking a loot box investigation with a public workshop. I'm not sure in the current government if that's really going to change much, quite frankly, with the current person, Joseph Simmons, chairing the FTC. But we'll see. Other countries certainly have investigated loot boxes and found them not to the liking of consumers or the government. I wouldn't be surprised, however, if they investigated loot boxes and said, they're A-okay. No gambling here. This is just an ad for GDC. I don't need to talk about that. Gamasutra promoting GDC because they're sister companies. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article. A unreleased DICE Genesis game is finally getting a release thanks to Analog. Let's see. Analog, I believe, is the company that's developing a, what is it, FPGA based emulator, or not really emulator, of
Reporting for duty.
Let's end the turn here and save ourselves some frustration of old systems. So the company is called Analog, A-N-A-L-O-G-U-E, and their upcoming home console designed to play official Mega Drive, Genesis, Master System cartridges, the Mega SG. The game is finally getting a physical release. What game though? And what does it really matter?
I fight
For justice.
There we go.
Reporting for duty.
I'm having trouble getting the relevant facts. Oh, the game is called Hardcore. It's been unreleased since 1994. We can do a quick web peek and show what it is. I believe I saw a little bit about this game, and that the visual effects that it's doing right now actually wouldn't run on the system very well, and so that was kind of the problem, and why it never got released is that as a platformer shooter game, it actually was just never optimized. So like looking at how fast those sprites are on the screen and how many sprites are on the screen, that does seem like something that an original Sega Genesis Master System would not really handle well. I imagine this game is also not completely finished, so they may have just patchworked a couple of levels together. So Gamatsu, first article today from Gamatsu. A Compile Heart and Neptunia Special Day event is set for Dengeki Game Festival 2019 on March 30th. A happy surprise is teased. Here is one of the Neptunia girls that's like Neptunia's anime characters representing consoles in JRPG games usually. I'm still thinking about playing the Neptunia series, but I'm not sure yet. The description teases, quote, all sorts of special Neptunia projects, as well as, quote, a happy surprise. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe this is a complete bundle or some re-releases of some of the older Neptunia games, maybe coming to a Switch, or maybe coming to Steam. Either one's pretty believable.
For justice.
Let's do this. Gamatsu has another article. Resident Evil 0 and Resident Evil 4 for the Switch launches May 21st. A trio of Resident Evil titles are coming to the Switch. Now, they're coming via the eShop, and in North America, a Resident Evil Origins collection, including Resident Evil and Resident Evil 0, will be available at retail, but in Europe, no retail release is planned. All three games are currently playable on the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC, as well as other platforms. Now, arguably, I would say that Resident Evil 4 is not playable, at least on my PC. So, be nice if they patched Resident Evil 4 so it would work on my video card or whatever is wrong with it, so it doesn't micro stutter terribly. It's playable, certainly. I guess that's a true statement. It's just not acceptable level of quality, and none of the later Resident Evil games run well on my graphics card, which is why I'd like to buy a new graphics card, but they're so expensive, and I really have barely had the one I had for maybe, I guess, 4 years now. I would have definitely liked YouTube or Patreon to have paid back a lot more to justify buying more equipment after 4 years.
None will survive.
Let's see.
Is someone
Play
injured?
this. Next, we have a game on Steam called The Witchcraft of Swords, Sky Sword. It looks like it's kind of a bullet hell shooter, except for you're playing as an anime girl that's swinging swords instead of shooting. So it might be one of the first instances of a bullet hell slicer. English not supported, $4.99. Japanese game, unfortunately.
Must consider.
In the light's name. Right away.
So it's probably a game you could figure out how to play pretty easily, but I wouldn't want to make I wouldn't want to try and play a game if it says English is not supported.
You are the Shadow's puppet.
And
Face the light.
that.
Right away.
So earlier in this stream we talked about how Tencent we talked about Tencent adding these restrictions to Chinese streamers that their actions have to fall in line with Chinese government's authoritarian rules. And yeah, I'm peeved by a video game company telling streamers anywhere how to act when they have no business saying that, particularly in a legal fashion, in the way of a license. Well, China's going to get some more heat, I think, in part. Now, this kind of is more of a heat on this Taiwanese developer than anything else, but the story does kind of start to revolve around free speech issues too. So the story here from GameIndustry.biz is Taiwanese developer under fire for mocking Chinese president. Update: Red Candle's games Devotion removed from Steam for quality assurance check after in-game art calls Xi Jinping, the president/dictator of China, Winnie the Pooh moron in Chinese or Taiwanese characters. It is worth noting that anytime anything directly attacks the Chinese president or China in general, a lot of Chinese people will come and review bomb brigade and throw fits. And in the same way as I've said previous times, it's free speech is free speech. If a bunch of Chinese people who should not even have access to Steam somehow get through the Great Firewall of China and come and review bomb the game, let's give them that free speech, particularly these Chinese people who do not have that free speech. Even if they are just internet trolls, if they're just the same as Russian trolls and it's the Chinese government directly funding them, it's not really gonna hurt the sales of Devotion, I think. Now, it's a little uncalled for, but there's a lot of issues too, certainly. So the article goes on below. Update 2: Red Candle Games has published a Facebook post clarifying that Devotion's removal from Steam was for the purpose of performing, quote, another complete QA test. At the same time, we'd like to take this opportunity to ease the heightened pressure in our community resulted from our previous art material incident. Our team would also review our game once again and make sure there's no unintended materials was inserted in. The post continues. Hopefully this would help all audience to focus on the game itself again upon its return. Almost certainly the truth of this is that an artist snuck this in, and this is not an official opinion that Red Candle Games wants to hold to. If it was, they would just not have taken it down at all. On the other hand, like, you're balancing free speech issues here in my mind. If Red Candle Games wants to make their official position that Xi Jinping is Winnie the Pooh moron and they hate him, free speech, say it. It's I don't have a problem with that. They should stand by it if that's what they want to stand by. If it was just a rogue employee causing a lot of trouble, that sucks. That's that's not nice to your fellow co-workers who potentially could lose their jobs now. Like from the perspective of somebody in the United States, if somebody made a game saying like Trump was dumb, half the country wouldn't care. If somebody made a game saying Obama was dumb, half the country wouldn't care. You probably wouldn't see any major rampant bombarding, review bombing. There have been, in previous instances, games that were supposed to be wars between China, a fictional China, and a fictional United States, and that's what the Homeland series was supposed to be, but instead they didn't want the political pressure, and so they changed it to North Korea somehow defeated and took over the United States. So people have been sensitive about insulting China in particular for a long time. And there's non-video game stories. There was like one I vaguely heard details about where some Tibetan was given a prominent role in a school, in a college organization. So she was like valedictorian or something, and all the Chinese students threw a fit about that. Seems like the consistent issue here is Chinese people are particularly sensitive, and the old stereotype is they're also particularly rude. Instead of just taking it on the chin and moving on. So, like, I can't really even make this a anti-Red Candle game story without really putting my own opinion on how the world is on this. The first update, it says as of Monday afternoon, devotions no longer appear. They mention the Winnie the Pooh part. In 2017, Chinese censors banned Winnie the Pooh references on social media after they were using that as a stand-in for talking about President Xi, because they were trying to dodge restrictions to monarchical leaders. So there was definitely a lot of people in China that are not happy with President Xi either. Red Candle's co-founders apologized for the posters in the game's Steam page, saying it was the work of one developer and the rest of the studio was unaware of its presence in the game. I think that that's probably true. It could be also not true. Let's see. It was written, I think, in Taiwanese, so it would kind of make sense. That nobody else. Right now, I clicked on the game Devotion. It takes me to a content posted in this community may contain strong violence or gore thing. Let's see. There's an official statement that this link took me to, and it doesn't seem like I can get to their storefront. Let's see if I click all. What does that take me to? Nope. So February 26th, 25th, 3:18 a.m. Let's see. Official statement regarding Devotion's current state. Like, 1. Red Candle Games herein confirmed the following information spreading on the internet is incorrect. And then 1 again, you should switch to A or B. It should go 1, then A, then 1 in Roman numerals. the highly estimated sales number of Devotion. It hasn't apparently sold as well as people are saying. The extensive implication about the game content, and 3 Photoshop statement screenshots made by a forged official account. For the official information, Red Candle's Facebook account and the Steam page are the only reliable sources. We kindly remind you not to it. Let's see. Oh, we want to do this. Just keep on playing cards.
Is someone injured?
2, big 2. The theme of Devotion is about how a cult does harm to people, leading to a tragedy caused by pure parental love. For the earlier sensitive art material included, the whole team at Red Candle bears the responsibility of this awfully unprofessional mistake. It is not Red Candle's vision to secretly project extensive ideology, nor is it to attack any person in the real world. 3, as a game company, Red Candle's only goal is to provide an impressive and good playing experience to all. I kind of disagree with that. Your goal is to make money. Did I lose? Yeah, I did. Alright, let's keep playing. 4, so genuine hope that everyone can remain calm and shift the focus back on the game's core message. At the moment, we're in the process of business mediation. We kindly ask anyone to remain calm and give Red Candle some time to address the incident.
I will fight with honor.
Then the first comment is, what your company did was disgusting and ugly. There's no reason to purchase your game. I will not deny the quality of this game, but your company made a huge mistake installing Chinese people and its leader. There's no tolerance of it. I wish this company will bankrupt as soon as possible. So almost certainly a Chinese person there. And there's a lot of comments here that definitely seem like they are Chinese. But they can't review bomb the game, per se. Looking at the artwork of this game, artwork is the thing that anybody can put up, so somebody put up a Winnie the Pooh picture, of course, trolled, and people are, let's see. What I'm trying to look here and see is what this game looked like before. Can I look at reviews? Let's see. Most of the reviews here I'm seeing are positive for this game. Under most helpful. Let's see. Most helpful negative reviews.
The light protects me.
Let's see. Yeah, first of all, the review bombing is ridiculous. Things. Let's see. So yeah, there's probably some positive review bombing happening here too. I really want to see this game though. That's the part that I'm missing, is what does this game really look like? The Facebook post has it in apparently Chinese too.
Speak your peace.
I fight. The light protects me.
Yeah, and their Facebook just has a bunch of Chinese comments too. Let's see what their Facebook page with photos looks like. Oh, okay. Now I remember which one is Devotion. No, that's Detention. Is Devotion the same company that made Detention?
I wonder.
I don't think so. And I really don't have time for this to do actual news research.
I fight.
Alright, let's see. Apparently, also the YouTube channel has been scrubbed of any mention of Devotion. Let's see if we can click on some of these other games. This story seems to have come from Reset Era, which, man, doesn't all the drama come from Reset Era these days?
Reporting for duty.
I doubt the game is never coming back. It might come back under a different name of some sort. Alright, here we go. So, I'm looking at a trailer. This is not the game Detention. It's not a 2D thing. This is a full 3D game. Here we can do a little bit of a quick web peek here, but I don't want to spend too much time watching this trailer because A, it's just going to be a trailer, and B, it's going to potentially maybe get flagged. Seems like most of the trailer is audio wise focused. Yeah, it seems a lot like the game, like one of the horror adventure games where you're just gonna walk around and it's gonna have a few puzzles, but mostly just be an adventure sort of walking simulator game. This game, definitely being 3D, being very polished, kind of has to come back out on sale. Like you can't not sell this as a product in one way or another. You rename it, you do something different. Let's see. We could go to their YouTube channel.
Versus Rexar.
Let the hunt begin.
Yeah, their YouTube just has the game Detention, which was the game before that. So it is the same company. So then the next thing to ask, let's come over here, do some research. Let's see, we've got a game here. Let's quickly mention this one called 365 Days. It's already rated mostly negative on Steam. So I just needed to show this so I could type in Detention into this and see if that's still on Steam. This game is $6.99 for 30 cents. Totally not worth it. Is it even single player? Oh, it's only single player. Let's come over here and play. And Detention. Here we go. So here is Detention, which is, I didn't realize it was a Taiwanese horror game. You can see it's mostly negative, so people are actually buying the game to review it down to 30%, where it was 75% before. This is what the game really looks like. And it was published in part by AGM Playism, $11.99. And so I imagine there's a bunch of, here you can see, here's review bombing for you, and that big drop there, like 1,875 negative reviews on people who probably have not played the game at all, and that's why these new systems are helpful. Let's see. 6 hours, Chinese.
In the light's name.
So what do you expect happens here? Either Red Candle Games, in this instance, decides to pull all of their games. They got an 83 on Metacritic, a kind of very highly rated game. Either they pull them all off the Steam store and go to, say, the Epic storefront, and then they don't allow reviews, which honestly that's probably their best solution right now, is to just pull all their games off Steam, go to the Epic storefront, or you just ride it out. Like, this game, I'm fairly certain, is already on my wish list, and it's not really going off the wish list. Both Detention and their new game Devotion seem like good games, and this is apparently Devotion came out on February 19th. So they've, as of yet, not found everywhere to scrub Devotion off. But the only games they have right now are Detention and the soundtrack for Detention. Okay, well. Hey, this is a danger, certainly, for any small company anywhere. Particularly if there are, you're in a country where there are a considerable amount of people who are dogmatically hateful to the point where they would risk their co-workers' jobs and their own job and the entire company just to say something hateful. I would say in the United States we have, as of yet, had anything come out from a major developer where, like, people said they just hated, like, people in the United States saying they hate any minority in the United States, take your pick. There probably has been an incident like that. I just can't think of it happening. That's probably because more money is spent. There's more of an interest to make sure everything is done and crossed and tested. But I know in anime, when in Japanese, a lot of things are written on the walls and the people translating them to English don't really have a clue what it says, and they don't care, and so they just let things slide by, or they have let things slide by. Usually not terribly offensive things, just things that you wouldn't want in your show.
Right away.
Let's see, moving on, I believe Sega has, no, Bandai Namco has renewed a trademark with the, for the games Rolling Thunder and the game, what was this other game? Mappy, M-A-P-P-Y, which were two NES games. So I'm assuming what you take from that is that Bandai Namco is allowing the Nintendo Online service to to re-release like emulator versions of those games, at least in the Japanese market, for the Nintendo support, the Nintendo online service. There's no real news other than that. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. IDW drops Ninja Division from all projects. IDW Games, renowned for publishing many licensed board games, have dropped Ninja Division from all their current and future projects, citing complaints. It says complaints, but it should be complaints from concerned customer. Ninja Division is a board game publisher and a miniature manufacturer who's been contracted to create the miniatures for IDW's Wayward, and were also hinted to be involved in the upcoming Ghostbusters Men in Black crossover game. Now these are board games, so I think I'm probably reporting on something that's not video game related. Let's see. Ninja Division is widely known as Sphere of Tabletop Gaming for their Kickstarter projects, which have failed to deliver to their backers, as well as having to fire a huge portion of their staff toward the end of 2018. Okay. Yeah, that's about as far as I need to go in this article. This is a board game news. TechRaptor reports on board games every now and then and tricks me into thinking they're talking about video games. There is a company called Ninja and Ninja Theory that make video games, and that was probably my confusion. I'm not sure there's any IDW company in video games, but there's like an IDW in comic books, I think. Let's see. Gamatsu has an article here. We can do a web peek. Final Fantasy X, X2 HD remasters, and Final Fantasy 12 The Zodiac Age for Xbox One and Switch trailers and artwork. So these games are getting remastered. They're coming out in April. Let's see if we can get a real date. Let's see. April 16th for X and X2 HD remasters, and 12 and 7 The Zodiac Age is April 30th. Both titles are currently on PS4 and PC, while Final Fantasy X X2 HD is also available on PS3 and Vita. Alright. So, earlier in the stream, there was an opinion piece talking about how in the last 10 years, Square Enix has found its soul in small, non-Final Fantasy JRPG indie games that they happen to publish. I didn't really agree with that opinion, and the fact that they are republishing Final Fantasy games like crazy kind of disagrees with that directly. Moving on, the Monster Rancher series has an official Twitter account opened, which is weird. This would be the 20th anniversary of the 1999 released PlayStation title Monster Rancher 2. Monster Rancher, aka Monster Farm in Japan. I don't know if you could bring about a Monster Rancher game to the West. That cartoon did air for a brief season, maybe two, but it hardly was the biggest success ever, and it didn't fall anywhere as successful as Pokemon or Digimon, and so
I will fight with honor.
I don't think that would come to the West, even if there are a few people that would have nostalgic feelings for it if there was a new game. Nobody's really calling, to my knowledge, for remakes and reboots of a lot of the old cartoons. Anyways, they just weren't that good.
The light protects me.
Job's done.
Like, if they were good, they'd still be airing or popular enough to have something going on. Like Power Rangers is a pretty awful show, but it was successful enough to continue to air even today.
Reporting for duty.
Last time I checked.
I fight.
Moving on, we have a game from Komatsu. Summer Pockets for Switch launches June 20th in Japan. The romance visual novel has been dated, so it's coming out June 20th in Japan. No indication here that it's coming to the West, but I wouldn't be surprised. Seems like that is the now standard operating procedure, is to have as many have everything come out on the Switch everywhere to get just a few more sales.
The battle.
And that's a good thing. Like, more games to play. Let's see. Oh, I already mentioned this article, but GameIndustry.biz, employees demand Microsoft cancels a $479 million HoloLens military contract. Engineers on the project believed it would, quote, push the boundaries of gaming, not, quote, turn to warfare into a simulated video game. So, yeah, the Microsoft employees are not happy with Microsoft taking a military contract. I don't think Microsoft's going to care. For $479 million, you can find some more people to replace those people.
Reporting for duty.
Job's done.
Like, I mean, even as just a general concept, if you demand to quit or walk off a job, and the company gives in on that, you're straight up to a point of unionization there, and I don't think Microsoft wants to deal with the union. So, just on principle, they're not going to agree to that unless they get forced into it. Although I could see maybe Bill Gates steps in and says no, cancel that contract or something. But if they really cared, they probably wouldn't do any business with the military.
Reporting for duty. The battle.
Moving on, though, Gamma Sutra has an article. Get a job. Wizards of the Coast, Techland, and more are now hiring. If you want to be a back-end engineer for Mythical Games in LA, that's available. If you want to be a cinematic animator for Sucker Punch Productions in Bellevue, Washington, that's available. If you want to be a game designer in residence at the Maryland Institute of College of Art in Baltimore, Maryland, that's available. If you want to be a senior software engineer at Wizards of the Coast in Renton, Washington, that's available. If you want to be a programmer for gameplay systems C++ for Techland in Warsaw, Poland, that's available. That's basically all their jobs. They just put it in a roundup in another article for no reason. I'm fairly certain I've already talked about all of those jobs previously.
Reporting for duty.
Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Tahko, Tahko Alpine Ski. This doesn't look terrible. It's like a VR game. So if you wanted to ski in VR, my fear is you'd fall over. It's free to play too, so if you have a VR headset, if you've already invested the hundreds of dollars required for that, then you might want to try this out. It's probably short for free to play. It doesn't have any in-game
Is someone injured?
microtransactions or anything, so I bet there's not much here. And again, I feel like you would probably not be learning the proper the proper stances, and you'd be falling over, or you'd be learning, thinking you're getting better at skiing when you're actually getting worse at skiing. Moving on, we have what looks like a pretty obvious troll game, Mac L. Oliver's Dating Trainer. Let's see. This seems like this is just a worse version of Super Seducer. $4.49 discounted. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm trying to cover all of these games and catch up. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Norpon. This doesn't look terrible. Looks like it's a RPG. It's a little weird seeing the life bars and the attack bars just pop up kind of like a comic book, or like that Batman 66 TV show. This is early access for $19.99. If it was single player, I'd give it a chance, but since it's multiplayer, that's just out of the kind of games I cover. As a massive multiplayer game, it's probably not supported by a well-known company enough for this to make sense. It's not really showing us anything too different or too unique. It's just kind of doing the generic things relatively well.
For justice. Reporting for duty.
Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article report. Microsoft plans to announce 2 next-gen Xbox consoles. I'll just skim over the story like I understand it. Yeah, we already talked about this story. There's the thought that there will be a low end with no disc tray and a high end with more power and assumedly a disc tray. I don't see how you'd end up downloading anything smaller than what was on the disc anyway, so people are not going to develop 2 collections of the game, one with lower quality graphics and one with higher quality graphics based on how much you can download.
Reporting for duty. For justice.
Let's go kill this one.
Reporting for duty.
In the turn. Let's see. I gotta check this next game because it's tagged sexual content. And it seems like it has no reason to be tagged sexual content whatsoever. We've got a game on Steam called Apoaxis. I think that's how you... Apoapsis? I don't know. It looks like it's just a kind of low quality platformer shooter game. None of the screenshots really show anything except for the trailer. It slightly shows something. Jiggle animation and suggestive artwork, and that gets you sexual content? Maybe. It seems like you're just kind of playing a female character. It says 15 minutes Metroidvania with a joystick. They want $2.99 discounted for that. 15-minute Metroidvania sounds like total garbage to me.
For justice.
Not something I would ever really be interested in doing. Just because that's a waste of my time, frankly. I want to get more committed. I want to get more committed into a Metroidvania game than 15 minutes. Let's see.
Speak your peace.
Reporting for duty.
And
For justice.
let's
For the alliance. The battle.
do as much
The
damage
battle.
as
The
possible.
battle.
Yeah, I would have been short a little bit. Gamma Sutra has an article. Capcom CEO, Chief Operating Officer, I assume is COO, calls out the growing value of PC as a platform. Nice to hear. This is kind of just one of these three-paragraph barely stories, but to hear a Japanese manager of a Japanese company like Capcom
Reporting for duty.
start to recognize that
Reporting for
PC
duty. For justice.
matters even to them is a nice turn. Does that inherently mean that more people are playing on PC in Japan? We really don't even have a good way of seeing those numbers as far as I've seen. I've not seen anybody keep any kind of metrics as far as PC sales or even PC hardware sales that I can find. And I could certainly see Capcom and other Japanese companies just saying, oh, we're focusing more on PC as a way of kind of pretending like they're focusing on PC, but not really, or as a way of saying, well, the PlayStation's not that important as it used to be, or Nintendo's not as important as it used to be. Any of those could be side reasons for that. You might just praise a competitor to insult another competitor. We've got a game on Steam called The Great Emu War of 1932. I believe, from what I've heard, the Great Emu War was a war that was lost by the Australians against emus, trying to eradicate them. That being said,
Anduin versus Rexar.
this game doesn't look particularly interesting. It's discounted for $4.49. Yeah. Basically, they sent a bunch of military people, I assume, and not just hunters and poachers, out to eradicate the emus, and they failed to do that. At YT Advertisers tweeted out something. Let's see if I can quote it. Here it is. There's no limit to what you and at YouTube can accomplish together. Submit your best campaign to the hashtag YouTube Works US Awards and see your work celebrated. And then a link to YouTube Works. This is, of course, there's no limit to what you as an advertisers can accomplish, is what they're saying. There's a large limit on what you can accomplish as a content creator on YouTube. So that that was just a slightly infuriating tone-deaf statement from YouTube advertisers. But then I guess very few content creators follow the YouTube advertisers Twitter page, so they can say whatever they want. Let's see. Gamma Sutra has an article. Steam's review bombing has led to more problems for devotions developers. This is basically the lesser updated version of the article we already covered. So it's just less updated, so I don't see a reason to go over that again. Let's play this. Let's do this. Hit that. GameIndustry.biz, ArenaNet bracing for layoffs. Update: layoffs confirmed to have occurred today as part of the organization restructuring. Following the weekend, it appears that the promised layoffs at ArenaNet have officially taken place. A flood of current and former employees at the studio shared memories, well wishes, and job postings today via the hashtag #LoveForArenaNet hashtag on Twitter. Jeez, if I was laying off people, I would probably hire a PR company. That's a smart idea. Like, hire a PR company to start a hashtag and love for ArenaNet and like make it seem like people are just a little sad but not super upset with ArenaNet for laying them off. Let's see. The update doesn't show any real numbers or anything. Let's see. Let's see. I suppose this is slightly interesting in that ArenaNet is also the company that had Jessica Price, unfortunately, as an employee, and the other employee, and she was attacking the community, and they had to fire her, and then half the video game journalists were upset that she got fired for being incredibly rude. And going on a Twitter rant. Guild Wars 2, I suppose is what ArenaNet makes. So I imagine there are some SJWs out there that saying this is their fault for firing Jessica Price and not standing behind her, even though this happened like a year later. Let's see, moving on. Gamma Sutra has an article, Get a Job, Remedy Entertainment is looking for a technical producer. That's in Espoo, Finland, if you're interested. Still just trying to burn through this. I can see the end of the line, so if we can just burn through all of these Steam games, and there's a couple Gematsu articles left, we could have everything done today and we'll be back on track. So we've got a game on Steam called Gunpowder in Our Teeth. Now, if the game really is just grayscale, I'm not sure I'm willing to play a game that's in grayscale like this. But I kind of like this animation. There's some polish there. Yeah, it looks like it's a platformer, but it's just not visually appealing enough with that grayscale. And $8.99 discounted is also asking quite a lot for Gunpowder in the Teeth arcade.
In the light's name.
I wonder if arcade implies that there is a different version of this game they plan on making or have made. Let's see. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Cursor by Mr. Island, which this is just a terrible low effort game. $1.99, no discount. I gotta applaud the guy for at least trying to make some branding, though. Instead of just calling your game Cursor, why not call it Cursor by your fake name that you're using? Let's see, Master Spell.
Flesh fails. They try your life.
That. Let's see. Can we show this? Yeah, it should be fun showing this. Let's see. We have an article from Gematsu. Square Enix trademarks the collection of mana in Japan following the Western Mana series update 2. So, Secret of Mana and other games. They've also trademarked Final Fantasy Adventures and Mystic Quest and Secret of Mana. Let's see. Let's see what the update is. Update, Square Enix has trademarked Secret of Mana in Japan, Mystic Quest in Japan. So they're following all kinds of trademarks. A new release of the Secret of Mana that does it justice. Might be nice, but there's kind of no guarantee that that's what would happen. They may just continue down the path of saying no, we're just gonna make terrible remasters and rip people off with those terrible remasters. Let's see. We have an article on Gamatsu Chocobo's Mystery Dungeon. Everybody, details removed and modified elements. Let's see. Pop-up duel and romantic phrases have been nixed. So apparently they wanted to make the game more family friendly for the rest of the world. These will be, I guess, remasters of older games. So let's see. This probably is just a censorship story, but it's kind of a censorship story about a game that doesn't probably interest anybody, or people are not going to be too upset about anyways. So I don't think there's anything to be pointed out here. It's kind of been going on for years that when you re-release games, you might make little tweaks here and there for even censorship reasons, and people don't really bat an eye. The problem comes when it's a brand new game and it's not even out yet, and the directors are coming out saying we're having to re-edit it and change it because the platform, typically Sony nowadays, is saying we can't release it the way we wanted to release it. What are we trying to do right now, by the way? Win 2 games of any kinds and win a game with his paladin and priest. Well, at this point, let's move over to casual. So I think we can keep within family friendliness to show this. Gamatsu has an article. Hakusei Renai Sokogon remaster announced for the Switch, PS Vita, and PC, due out digitally in April in Japan. This looks like it's a visual novel. Girls Love Yuri visual novel. It's getting remastered. That it probably was pretty good. It was originally released for the PSP in September 2001. Let's see, it was released and remastered again for PC in June 2012. So I need to do some research and see if this game is on Steam or not. And because if it's getting a remaster, then it has a little bit more reason why it would have relevancy. So there might be more reason to talk about it or play it. If I ever go down the route of visual novels, I may only go as far as promoting them and mentioning them when they come out or get announced, and that might be as far as I'm willing to spend my time on it, which is still miles ahead of what most Western video game news journalists do. So I didn't hit that. Gamatsu has another article. Square Enix announces a treasure hunting RPG, Last Idea, for smartphones. Naming your game Last Idea for Square Enix, a company that named their game Final Fantasy because they thought it was going to be the last fantasy they ever made, tells me that this is probably Square Enix's last idea as far as a game, and they're in trouble. I'm reading a lot into that name, certainly. I kind of like this art style, although it is kind of all over the place with the hair. And this is just a...
Let me think.
ARG, like RPG game, so for cell phones, it's not like I'm gonna play it.
I fight.
Hit that. Let's see. Gematsu has another article. Downtown Ranto Koshiyokyu Mock announced for the PS4, Switch, and PC. Release date's not been announced. This looks like a group fighting game. It probably is not coming to the West, nor does it look particularly interesting. Apparently all of these were announced at like a Nintendo Direct or something, because here we have Forgotten End coming to the Switch, A Hat in Time coming to the Switch, Goat Simulator, and is that Shovel Knight there? Yeah, there's like a new Shovel Knight game, I believe. Which I'm sure people are going to yell at me for not having played Shovel Knight yet, even though people have told me to play it. Alright. Next we have a game on Steam called The Pusher, where you play as a drug dealer, drug pusher. For the most part, this looks like a troll game. I mean, it feels like it might let loose some secrets on how to actually be a drug dealer, so it might be harmful knowledge to know in general. It looks nice in the art style though. Like, if I saw a drug-based movie and it had this art style, I'd be fine with it and I'd like it. So I don't know if this really is just a bad game. Some of this looks pretty bad. Or if this actually is a game and somebody tried. It's early access for $3.99. Yeah, there's nothing here. The only thing is I kind of find the content objectionable. So if you are cool playing as a drug pusher, then this might be for you. I don't like the phrase pusher in particular. It wouldn't be family friendly for YouTube, certainly. Though if you're pushing drugs on people, I feel like that's wrong. If people are of adult age and sound mind and they're choosing to use drugs, that's slightly different in my mind. Like when I think pusher, I think that's someone who's intentionally giving you like better quality product at the beginning to get you hooked, and then rolling you back into crappy product later to make more money off of you. Someone who actively has less than the best intent for you. Moving on, we have, let me just double check these screenshots before we go into this. Mostly family friendly screenshots. There's this one bikini picture. We just won't scroll down that far. We have an article from Gematsu, Blade Arcus Rebellion from Shiny Details, Mission Mode, Training Mode, and Art Gallery. It's due out March 14th in Japan. Apparently this is a fighting game. We'll see if it comes to the West. Seems like it's maybe an all-female cast of characters. A lot of these are just screenshots of things. There's some guys in the art gallery. And yeah, that's about as far as I can scroll down until I show off the bikini, which I don't want to show it off just in case. You know, the fact that my channel's not monetized in the first place makes it really hard to tell if anything I've uploaded since since they changed the rules and kicked small YouTubers out of the YouTube Partner Program, makes it kind of impossible to know if anything I've posted since that point has been demonetized, because they don't tell you. You don't get the yellow icon if you're not making money in the first place. Everything's demonetized. Then I doubt they even really check. I do know that like Honey Pop was all demonetized on my channel, and I didn't bother to fight that. But that was kind of the only thing. There were some other random things as they were introducing that demonetizing system, and it was not working well. But that's kind of it. do this.
The battle.
And let's do this.
Reporting for duty.
And do that.
Job done.
I'm probably gonna lose here. He's probably gonna play Mechathune, but he's got 18 more cards, so I could probably. I still have a chance, I guess.
Don't mess.
This game looks kind of interesting. It's called Beast Pets. It's a VR game with animals. It's kind of like a Tamagotchi. Seems like there's some different areas. They're kind of like half dragons. I don't know why you wouldn't just have dogs and cats also as an option. $8.49 for 15% off for VR. That's not a terrible game price for what this looks like this is. It's probably not the best virtual pet game on Steam, but it might be your only option for virtual reality. Now, the question to ask yourself is, do you want a virtual reality pet that you can pretend like you're petting but you can't actually pet, or would you prefer to just get a real pet? Like, it's probably easier just to get a real pet
Turn to get ready.
than spend the money and effort. But there are people in scenarios where they can't get pets, so I could see that idea. That being said, I'm not going to put it on my wish list. Finally I get a victory. Just have to move over to casual. That's all it takes. Next we have a game on Steam that called Devil Engine. This looks like it's a bullet hell shooter with also dark screenshot syndrome built into it as the game. It's intentionally designed, I think, to be really dark, or maybe that was just a trailer was designed to look dark.
Versus Arthas.
As a bullet hell shooter, it looks fine. It's just not one of those games I want to play. $17.99 discounted is a lot of money, certainly. I've heard of a few really well-known bullet hell shooters for that price, but I think that's asking too much for a brand new bullet hell shooter. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of those type of games on Steam. I think you could find better.
None will survive.
Next we have a game called Winkleje, or Winkleje, The Little Shop. I like the cartoon aesthetics here, and we're starting to look at actual games from like last weekend that I had in backlog. There's several different shop simulator games. I don't know how far this really goes. Is it just a building a shop and decorating game? It's an early access for $8.49 right now. I'm willing to put this on the follow list because I like their art aesthetic. It doesn't seem like they're trying to be cheap on this. There might not really be any game here at the end of the day. That's still totally a possible outcome. But it's rated pretty positively, like 40. It's positive out of 42 reviews. So I'll put it on the follow list. We'll see how far it gets out of early access. Most of these games tend to never get out of early access anyways, so kind of doesn't matter.
Crystallize.
Let's see, I'm gonna and then return. Next we have a game on Steam called Space Rabbits in Space. I think the only reason I even kept this game on Steam to show off is the name. It's got some different skins, but it is kind of a bouncing off the wall Super Meat Boy style game, and yeah, those are just the kind of games that make my hands cry in pain. So $6.99 discounted if you're interested, but doesn't look bad. It just looks too intense for me. Alright. This.
You are the shadow's puppet.
This. And
Crystallize.
next we have a game on Steam called The Window Box. This is an interesting art style here. Like, it feels perhaps a little bit French in the way it's drawn, but it could be in general a Western art style not influenced heavily by anime, and we could certainly use a lot more of this. This is tagged sexual content visual novel. I should have checked that. Doesn't seem like there's anything too offensive in the screenshots. They seem to have kind of fixed that as an issue. $12.99 is a pretty expensive visual novel, but not too expensive. So I'd like to put this on the fall list and see if it works. A Western visual novel that actually is good is certainly something of interest to me. Let's do that. Yeah.
You have my gratitude.
Now, this next game isn't tagged for sexual content, despite its name. We have Dick Wild 2. This is a VR game where you're on rails or on a raft and shooting piranha as a hillbilly in VR. It actually doesn't look too bad. Looks like you got some bright colored different types of guns, and it looks like compared to a large contingent of stand in one place and shoot these boring waves of zombies coming at you, putting it on a raft on rails made it look pretty good, frankly. $16.99 discounted. I would heavily suggest playing the first game, and I'll check that out and see if there's something that could be said about that too while we're in it.
Injured?
Crystallize.
Let's see if they have first game on Steam. Yeah. So the first game came out in March 2017. It's rated positively, and it looks pretty good too. So I'll put the first game in the series on my, I guess, wish list. It doesn't have a lot of, well, I'm gonna put it on the fall list because it's a VR game anyways, but don't have a lot of reviews, and it's $14.99 with no discount right now, but yeah, it looks good. Next, this guy's just slowly deciding who he wants to attack. We have Warhammer Age of Sigmar Champions, which is a collectible card game. It looks pretty. I don't know if I could get into a Warhammer collectible card game though. Like that feels kind of monotone in the creatures you would be attacking and fighting. It's free to play with in-app purchases. So I'll put it on the follow list and keep an eye on here. I don't think I'd skip over from something like Hearthstone to play Warhammer though. But that's kind of the problem with any collectible card game, is in comparison to how much time and energy I've invested in Steam, in Hearthstone, not Steam, it's unlikely I could ever easily transition to something else until the entire community is just abandoned Hearthstone. Well, I would have talked about Devotion right then, at that point, It was one of the games that came out, but Devotion has since been removed due to controversy previously talked about. And any game that's removed, when you try to reload the page, just takes you to the front page of Steam, which is dishonest, frankly. I'd like to see a page that says this game is no longer available on Steam. Here's the reason, or something like that. Don't just send me back to the front page, because that's just going to cause me to try and find that page again and go, oh, I must have clicked something wrong. It wastes your bandwidth, wastes my time. Yeah, I'm probably going to lose here. Yeah, he's going to win in this turn. So we've got a game on Steam called Red Tractor Tycoon. You're playing as a red tractor, you're on hex grids, you're doing some sort of farming. I half wanted to give it a chance, but honestly, after playing Stardew Valley, I don't think I could ever be satisfied with any kind of farming game. I don't see also why this needs to be on a hex grid pattern like that. It seems arbitrary, and probably because they are pre-bought assets. It's $11.99, and in early access that's a little too expensive for what is a strategy farming simulator. Like, considering how like Farmville, I believe, was free. Next we have a game on Steam called Death Waves, which is just a first-person shooter with a bunch of assets in it. It looks kind of polished in some places. You really have to look hard into the details and just see an inconsistency in different things in the background and the foreground and all of this. It's early access for $2.99 discounted, which is way too expensive. It has 100 achievements, which tells you it's an achievement game. So they just immediately let me win there. Alright, we've got just a little bit more games to talk about if we can burn through them. I'll hop into one more game and we'll just see if we can maybe win with Hunter. Let's see. Next we have on Steam Heart of the Woods. I heard a somewhat famous YouTuber was playing this game. And apparently it's about a Yuri anime girl falling in love with a ghost girl. It looks nicely animated. And yeah, it's a visual novel. It's tagged with nudity. I don't know how much of that really there is. Seems like it's just a romance visual novel. $14.99 for a visual novel. Probably not that much. You're not getting Japanese language, which kind of sucks. That's something certainly to consider. But yeah, this should go, I guess, in the wish list. It's already rated very positively. So the fans of visual novels are liking it. This next game is not a game I'd really recommend anybody play or buy, but it is an interesting concept for basically a mobile game. It's called Volcano Tower. It's weird that it's on Steam, but it's kind of like a Tetris game, but you're jumping as a character as the rocks fall down and you're collecting gems, so it's kind of like an infinite jumper climber game also. And all this would be a lot fine on Steam if it wasn't so narrow in its height. That just makes it so obviously a mobile game. It even says tap to start on it. They want $2.99 for it, and I cannot justify playing a mobile game like this on Steam, but the concept is an interesting combination of Tetris and Doodle Jump. I thought that was slightly interesting. Next we have a game called Viking Sigurd's Adventure. This is a platformer, but it looks like it has a little bit of polish on it. And I'm always talking about how I'd like a Super Mario Bros. Clone game, and very often we see these platformers that are just very, very poorly developed and very ugly. And so I think this one deserves a follow to see if it actually turns out to be a somewhat decent platformer game and if it's worth playing. There's definitely some problems that we're seeing here with not seeing a lot of fighting and mostly just seeing jumping and collecting coins. But yeah, I'm gonna give that a follow. Yeah, they're not playing, so that makes this even harder. Next we have a game on Steam, Heretic Operative. This is basically a turn-based board game. I like the polish on it. I'm not sure I'd ever want to play board games though, but yeah, there's a lot of polish here, and it's rated positively, so I guess I'll put it on the wish list. Like, this seems like it's a well done idea. Maybe I'd only play this board game in digital form once and then find it's just too long or too boring. It's $19.99. That's really expensive, certainly, but it would be helpful if I knew that there was actually a popular board game called Heretic or Heretic Operative already out there. But I've never heard of anything by that name. So I'm willing to give it a follow and see how it goes. It's gonna take forever playing as a spell warrior. Next we have a game called Evo Space that is an adventure simulation. Let's say it's a sandbox game, procedurally generated world, game about digging, exploring, and building technology. Is it really a game here, or is this just a bunch of asset flips? Like, show me in the trailer if there's... Like, these seem like concepts of a game. Like, halfway to something like a Minecraft, but without that player base or that interest. I don't see how this could ever be anything other than just a concept. It might work perfectly, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it kind of is just directly stealing from Minecraft. So I don't think Evo Space is one for me. So let's do that. And in the turn.
Choose soon.
Just got a few more to go. Next we have a game on Steam called Star Drop, which looks like it is a sci-fi space adventure game. All you're seeing is screenshots here, but it is rated very positively, so people are liking it. It must just be first person perspective, and they didn't and there's like no gun or that you're always holding on to. That was interesting. As I was playing Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, is just the realization that, hey, there's no way to see your health or your shield, so you don't know if you're about to die or not. Star Drop will get a follow, or maybe just go to the wish list. I'm questioning at what point I should do a special video to clean up my wish list. It probably needs to happen at some point, but I'm not sure when the next sale is, and that's really what it's going to come down to, is when is the next Steam sale.
I hunt alone.
Right. Next we have a game called The Dead Tree of Ronchiuna. Says it's a walking simulator, but it looks really pretty, and I'm willing to give walking simulators a try. It looks like it has some life in it too. Yeah, that's the number one thing that kills walking simulators generally, is there's no animals or people in it, so you're walking around an empty world. This is $7.99. This is the same guy though that has made all these Nephi's games, I just realized. So yeah, he's kind of blacklisted. Like, I'm not willing to play his games because his games all seem to look really pretty, and then in the screenshots, and then they're kind of not that, or not well received. Well, we got a victory there. We're moving up in the rank. I don't think we need to play another game. Let's just stick onto this. Next we have a game on Steam called The Texorcist Story of Ray Bibia. This is a Typing of the Dead style game. I haven't heard people... I haven't heard any good reviews of it, but apparently people who actually bought the game on Steam like it. So it is a bullet hell game that adds certainly something to it, but if it's a typing bullet hell game, maybe I could play that. So I'm willing to put this on the follow list. $14.99 is asking quite a lot for the level of graphics here though. So maybe I put it on the follow list also. Let's see what the next game is. Next we have a game on Steam that looks like a kids game called Tess Elated. It's probably a mobile game. It's got different levels, and basically you're, I guess, maybe answering some questions on top of doing tessellations. Yeah, it looks like this kind of a game here. So, thrilling puzzle gameplay. Yeah, that looks interesting. It looks nicely drawn. Yeah, you don't always have to go for the hyper-realistic graphics. If this is the art style you can do and you're comfortable with it, make your game look like that. It'll stand out in Steam so much better than yet another anime character in a field of nothing but anime characters. Next we have a game on Steam called New World Horizon. It's got a kind of polished life bar and interface here. It's early access and it is a survival game, and so I'm really iffy on this because of those two things, but there's a level of polish here and a level of different artistry, a different environment, a different kind of focus that at $4.99 maybe it would turn out to be good. So I'm willing to give it a follow and see what happens. But yeah, it probably is not going to succeed. And so now at this point, this is where we're going to hit games that came out probably a week or two ago. We have Jewel Match Solitaire, l'Amour, which is from Grey Alien Games, the creators of Regency Solitaire. They already had a game, I'm pretty sure, called Jewel Match Solitaire, so at this point they are double dipping quite a lot actually. Jewel Match Solitaire, Jewel Match Twilight Solitaire, Jewel Match Winterscapes, Jewel Match Solitaire l'Amour. They want like $30 for a bundle of solitaire games, and that's getting greedy. So this is not making it to the list, and I'm gonna have to rethink if I want to really cover all gray alien games. What it might really boil down to is that Shadowhand is made by a different publisher, and that might be the case. Or it might be that they've decided to make a lot of money by releasing a lot of solitaire games. So yeah, I'm willing to get Shadowhand at some point and play that, but I'm not really willing to go any further down that rabbit hole. I don't need to play every solitaire game in the world. Next we have a game on Steam called Degrees of Separation, which seems like the screen splits. You have like a ice version and a fire version, and you probably control both characters at the same time, or you have to play in co-op. Let's see. I'd have to do some research here to make sure I can play this in a single player mode. It says single player. It's $19.99 with no discount. It's an interesting idea, certainly, but the story is going to be the killer on this too. If this is just an interesting gimmick that makes a sort of short game, or doesn't really do anything with it, then it'll be kind of dull. It'll be along the level of the Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons, because after a certain point playing that game, controlling both of the brothers didn't really feel fun, and then the story just kind of went crazy in a crazy direction and then ended kind of out of nowhere. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam called Treehouse Man, and we only have a few more games. This looks like an RPG. It says it's an action RPG strategy game? I don't know. I don't know about this one. I kind of like the art style, but it also kind of feels monotone. Feels like you're just staying on this boat the entirety of the game. With a platforming section at some point. I'll put this on the follow list, but it wants $9.99, and that was definitely not an impressive trailer, and the screenshots are not really feeling super impressive either. It is rated positively, but it's below my 20 review threshold, which frankly my 20 review threshold should probably be higher in the first place. So yeah, I'm gonna be exceedingly generous on that one. Next we have a game called Plane Mechanics Simulator. Sounds like a slightly interesting idea. Now this is the kind of game that also could be a nightmare. It might require you to have actually worked on these old planes in the past, or it might be just repetitive as can be and you have to rivet every panel on. It is rated mostly positive though, so I'm willing to try it once it's out of early access. It is from the same developer as Car Mechanics Simulator, which I would be more interested by far to play Car Mechanics Simulator, because I feel like I'd learn something useful here, whereas Plane Mechanics Simulator might teach me a few basic concepts, but I doubt I'd ever need to repair an old plane. It's rated mostly positive though, so I'll put it on the follow list. We've got actually quite a lot of games that are going to either the wish list or the follow list, and I'm gonna have to double look at them to check which one goes where. But I guess that's just a consequence of the backlog. Next we have a game on Steam called Blind Date, which is just like a text-based dating simulator, I think. Maybe with a rewind function, and that's what that video is depicting. It's really just seems like it's 2D. Choose your conversations. I'm not sure how many times you could play this, or if this is really just one playthrough and you're done. It's $6.99. And this might be a troll game, it might be a joke game, but I'm going to see what the reviews say on it. That'll guide me quite a bit. Next we have a game, a bunch of Asian characters, Faith in the Goddess Suwa, tag sexual content, free to play RPG. Why was I talking about this one? I don't think this one's in English. Oh, it is. Oh, interesting. There was something about this one. I like the art style. I like what this looks like as far as the type of game it is, but I'm not really sure what kind of game it is. Guess it's an RPG, but I'm not really seeing any incidents of it. It's also free, so if you want to play it, it's available. Probably just wanted to cover it because of the art style. Let's see. I don't think it has any videos. That's the thing that would really help me determine whether I want to see it or not. Next we have a game on Steam called G-Gang, which is a VR baseball game. It looks like it's probably a Japanese focused baseball game, or Asian of some orientation focused VR game. With any sports game like this, playing in VR might make you better at baseball, might make you worse. The concept here of targeting and trying to hit specific things for rewards doesn't sound terrible. The game looks a little basic, but it doesn't look terrible. It's $5.99 without a discount. That's pretty cheap for a video game, VR game. It requires virtual reality headsets. But I have yet to see the perfect version of a lot of sports games in VR. There's still a lot of work, if any more work is going to ever be committed to make VR games, which is kind of a big if. I suppose for me, this still doesn't reach the level of quality that's good enough, so I'm not going to bother to put this on the wish list. I seriously doubt I'd ever buy a VR headset anyways. I figure you could also hit the planes and the balloons over there too. Of course, there's a question about whether the baseball is just being automatically directed towards the goals and the game is helping you or not. That's definitely a good question. And if you were going to try and do this in VR, I could imagine a lot of people having a baseball bat in their hand and breaking something. Moving on, we have 4 more games. We have a game on Steam called The Last Letter, which is a VR game where looks like it's an adventure puzzle type game. You're gonna end up going some different directions. It doesn't look too bad. Actually looks pretty good for a VR game. It's $24.99, which is pretty expensive for a VR game. And who's to say how long it is? Are you spending the vast majority of your time inside this apartment, and are you just teleporting to a few other scenes where you can barely leave the area? This might just be a slightly better collection of VR demos than what you typically see. I'll put it on the follow list though. It's got a high level of polish that deserves a chance. Next we have a game on Steam called Insanus Express, which looks like it is kind of the same as Theme Hospital, except for it's crazy people. Instead of wacky silly people, it's wacky crazy people. I don't know if that really changes much, really, as far as the gameplay. I'll give this a follow and give it a chance. It's $9.99 without a discount, but there's a good chance you'd want to play Theme Hospital first, and probably that only. Let's make sure we don't get demonetized and family friendly. Next we have on Steam Negligee Love Stories, which is the continuation of the Negligee series. Tag sexual content and nudity. Also rated mostly negative at 20% right now, so people are not happy with it. It's $13.99, and Negligee is, I guess, always going to be somewhat remarkable as the first, this game, Negligee, the first fully uncensored game on Steam. This game mostly positive. Apparently Love Stories as a continuation is not getting as well received. I'll put it on the fall list and we'll see what happens. I'm not sure that ever means I'll play any of the Negligee series, but whatever. It has that distinction, and I'd like to see the creators who took a bold chance or just got lucky probably potentially be rewarded for their bold stance, whereas there's been a lot of other creators on Steam that have said we're just going to continue to censor our games in part or in total because we don't trust that Steam will remove us from the store otherwise. Next we have a game on Steam called Pumped BMX Pro. A new Trials game came out. This is a Trials clone. I don't see a reason why you wouldn't just want to play the new Trials game or one of the old Trials game instead of playing a Trials clone that is from a kind of unknown developer or publisher. $14.99 for this. I guess if you were completely done with Trials, here's 200 more challenges you could try, but the thing there is it might not play well. It might not have the tight controls that are necessary. And with that puts me at the Humble Bundle store, and somebody's typing here. Let's go ahead, and we're just gonna have to remove anybody who types in the chat from now on, because particularly if they're not typing in English, because I have no idea what he just said in whatever Asian language that was. I'm looking at the Humble store. There's the Mixed Bundle Fantasy Game Dev still going on. The Humble Monthly. There's like 17 more hours for the Great Game Maker Games Bundle. And I bet when that ends, that'll be the end of, we'll get a new Game Maker Bundle. Or Games Bundle. Okay. And what are the odds on a Monday that something new of importance, like Overwatch adds a new hero called Baptiste? Let's see. I'm scrolling down here. Let's see, 4 years ago, according to Gearbox, Homeworld Remastered Collection was released, which, what does that mean? Psychonauts and Surviving the Publisher Shuffle. There's an article there. I opened that article. Interesting. Dirt Rally 2.0 came out. We'll talk about that on Wednesday. And we're kind of stretching things here. Let's see. We've been streaming for about 3 hours. So I just have to scroll back until I see something from about 3 hours ago. I'm fine. Let's see. GameIndustry.biz says the game Devotion will come back, as another update is still happening there. We'll talk about that story more, I'm sure, on Wednesday. Articles 13 and Articles 11 are about to be passed potentially, so that's a problem. OBS version 23 with Twitch Mixer integration and more apparently is now out, so now would also be an interesting thing to do. Also, OBS now has a Patreon and Open Collective. What's Open Collective? Interesting. I'll have to research that. As Patreon alternative sounds like an interesting concept. Scrolling down for video game news though. We'll buy one get one free at ThinkGeek on all clearance products. Good Old Game lays off a dozen of employees over reported financial strain. That's surprising. Supermassive trademarks House of Ashes. Interesting. New game. One would assume. World Tree Marche for Switch launches February 28th in the West. Never heard of that game. Let's see. I don't understand how Good Old Games would be under financial strain after making all that money on Witcher 3. Wouldn't that be a kick in the pants? Certainly, though, if Good Old Games shut down and everybody who had games on Good Old Games now had to rebuy them on Steam. Here's an article. Brexit has fostered a culture of fear among British game developers. I'm sure it's not just British game developers. I'm just scrolling down. I think we're done. Okay. So often at these at the end of these streams we end up just having the video sit kind of motionlessly. But yeah, that worked. That's gonna be it for the stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos because it helps me with YouTube. When you subscribe, please click the notification bell. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have